That's not good.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Are you ready? Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Wishing everyone an early happy Valentine's Day. And we'll call this meeting to order. And beginning with item, well, I'll come back to this. But changes, Chancellor, item 103, your recommendation on the agenda?
The agenda is recommended as presented.
Thank you. Changes to the agenda, consent items to be pulled. Does anybody have any items that wish to be pulled from the consent calendar? Okay, then regarding the changes to the agenda, item 2.04 from closed session is pulled. We will not be considering that item tonight. And then item 16.05 will be pulled also, not to be heard tonight. And then there are some simple moving around of agenda items, and I'll announce those when we're back in open session and everyone is here. So with that, then, do we have any public comments for closed session? I don't have any cards in front of me. So I assume we do not. Okay. So with that, then the board will move into closed session under listed items 201, 202, and 203. Conference with legal counsel on one existing litigation case, conference with labor negotiators, AFT and SEIU, and public employee performance evaluation chancellor. And we will reconvene at 6:30. Thank you. Okay, you heard Lou's running about 15 minutes late, he said, so. Okay. But he said, go ahead and get started. Yeah.
No, you're gonna use for the order and talk about. Yeah.
Right, anything else? Okay. Yeah, can you just update the screen? How was Brenda? Can you believe she's never made one before? I'm like, girl, you did a great job. I know. I know. Several?
Which email? Hello?
I
You can relax. We're waiting for the chancellor to get his agenda binder. Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, thank you. For-
Hey, what's happening? Thanks.
Okay, I'd like to call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Trustees back in session. And we will begin with 3.01, the pledge to the flag. And Lisa Putnam, I see you're busy, but please lead us in the pledge. Okay, before we get into the meat of the agenda, I want to go back for some items that we took care of when the room was less filled. Beginning with every meeting, we acknowledge and under item 1.02 that we have our Board of Trustees ground rules and board vision listed. And I just wanted to call to everyone's attention, and especially my colleagues, just a couple of those. The ground rules are flexible and advance mutual interest in promoting effectiveness, civility, and willingness to cooperate and collaborate in working together to serve the needs of students in the best interests of the district. And some of the selected ground rules are, number one, the manner in which the board operates matters. How it engages with the chancellor, college community, and public impacts its effectiveness, the effectiveness of others in the college community, the district's work and educational environments, and accreditation. Two, trustees and the chancellor act in good faith and on behalf of the district. The fifth rule is trustees avoid backtracking. Once the board has heard and considered the views of its members and acted, all members will respect the actions of the quorum unless and until the board takes up the matter again. The board respects the requests of members to revisit issues when based on new information. And the last item, number 6, trustees hold each other accountable for following these ground rules. No single trustee can sidetrack the board without the board's acquiescence. And I just thought in the future, I just wanted to not pay lip service to having these on our agenda without paying attention to them. Also, I keep getting speaker cards, so if anybody wishes to speak, now would be the time to please fill one out and give it to our clerk, and we'll hear you. Item 104, changes to the agenda, consent items to be pulled. Items 2.04, that was a closed session item, 12.06 and 16.05 were pulled from the agenda and will not be heard tonight. And out of closed session, There is nothing to report. And that brings us now to item 3.03, public comments for open session agenda items. And I have at present 4 cards, and the first 2 are Marianne Krause, followed by Christina Eiler. No.
I'm Marianne Krause from Santa Clara Valley Together. And first of all, I just want to congratulate all of the newly tenured faculty. I can feel the excitement in the room. It's wonderful. Thank you so much for letting us all be a part of this. Next, I would really like to thank the board of trustees and the staff who've worked on the 2 study sessions about better serving the Santa Clara Valley. I think both study sessions were very, very productive. They were very informative, and they showed that we can reach enrollment milestones within quite a short period of time, just a matter of a few years. And at that point, the East Campus could qualify for center status. The path is doable and it's financially feasible. So we believe it's time for the district to make this investment in our students. We're gratified to see that the East Campus is mentioned in the draft language on the bond. However, it's not really clear whether you're planning to build an education center. That is our hope. The study session showed how students in the Valley will definitely benefit from a dual enrollment program, which that primarily makes use of high school facilities. But dual enrollment really only benefits the students who are still in high school. And we have many needs within the community for people who need to return to school, for those who never graduated and go back and get their GED and then go on to community college, and for people who need new certificates or new skills for their employment. There are lots of needs after high school. A physical center would be needed for returning students, employees who need those certificates, and so on. Not everyone can succeed with remote or asynchronous course instruction. After COVID, we know we've become aware of a lot of different course formats. The obvious in-person, some online but live, and then also some asynchronous online courses. Often a student discovers that they need to switch from an online format to an in-person class because that is the way that student best learns. To not have an in-person option would be to deny that student an education. You are an Hispanic serving institution and receive special funding to ensure that you can provide a range of educational opportunities. Having space for and providing in-person classes is a necessary part of providing Hispanics or Latinos with an education. We urge you to plan for an education center so that our students, our families, and our communities thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Eiler. And Laura, did you want to speak now or at 14:02? You're next. Okay.
Good evening, Ventura Community College trustees. My name is Christina Eilar, and I'm resident of Santa Paula and current president of Santa Paula Latino Town Hall. Thank you for your continued efforts and planning for East Campus development and options for students in the Santa Clara Valley. It was encouraging to hear, for example, that the suggestion of a collaboration with VCTC to provide a shuttle service for students would benefit a lot of the students who have those transportation needs and rely on public transport. As mentioned during the public comment, there's no direct route from the Piru line to the Ventura campus, and Oxnard and Moore Park are, of course, even more complicated to get to. The plan to partner with high schools and enable high school students to dual enroll will be a great option for students in our community. I know students who have managed to take advantage of those opportunities by taking college classes while they are still in high school, have have had great educational outcomes, and those students often are role models to younger students to inspire them to go on to great universities and have rewarding careers. So that investment does send waves throughout the community of inspiration already. And this program sounds like it will do just that as well. As Marianne mentioned, the high school plan does leave out a whole section of our population that missed out on going to college directly after high school. In Santa Paula, the adult population with a bachelor's or higher is less than 20%, and affordable, accessible college education and continual workforce development is an important issue for the Santa Clara Valley as a whole. So I hope that this aspect of the plan gets more attention and detail soon for us as well. Your plan lays out checkpoints for full-time enrollment targets in the coming years, and I asked the board what steps you will take in the meantime that will be clear evidence to the community that this board is committed to the goal of an education center in the Santa Clara Valley. I have a great deal of respect for the staff expertise and the knowledge that has sketched out this possibility and the clear steps that we need to take to get there. And what's clear is that the board and leadership need to be all in to be able to strategize the funding and coordination that's necessary to pull it off. So I asked the board, will the Board of Trustees approve a firm position and clear action to make the decision of the intention to invest in education for the Santa Clara Valley and build the education center in the coming years? Thank you.
Logan Hardison is the last public speaker. And let's see you top this with your public comments.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, trustees, Mr. Chancellor, and all the staff for the college who work for our students. We thank you for the study sessions and the work that Dr. Herrera and her team have done to develop the growth.
Excuse me, Mr. Hardison.
Campus. Yes,
The timer needs to be reset.
okay.
Okay, you can
Okay.
begin.
Yeah, so we appreciate very much that effort. And so I brought you that token, the yellow flower, the color of lemon from the former or maybe still standing lemon capital of the world to thank you for your efforts. And we look forward to filling that facility with 1,000 full-time equivalent students. And then that takes us to Trustee Torres' question of what then? And how do we continue to fill that pipeline? And how do we have a path forward for those people? Not just through dual enrollment and maybe the pace, but for people like Maria Robles from Fillmore, who had to take well over half a day just to get 2 classes. So we are definitely interested in the facility there, and to not have our students falling asleep or feeling they were falling asleep, as I did when I worked surveying for United Water across the road here and out on the Oxnard Plain in the day and taking a class at Ventura at night. So gas was cheaper then. So were all the other vehicle costs, and transportation is a major issue. And that's why we would like to have a facility where many of our students could complete a 2-year program that would either enable them to take a job or to move to a 4-year college. So we're very interested in working on this with your staff and others on the bond issue and looking at the designation of funds for a facility and growth of the East Campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 4.01 is an acknowledgement of new employees, and for everyone's benefit, they are listed in the agenda report and they're all online, as is those retirees listed in 4.02. And I imagine we'll be hearing comments throughout the evening on those various individuals. Item 4.03, acknowledgement of guests and special recognitions. First, it's happy birthdays, I guess, to OC Classified Senate President Sergio Arana. Happy birthday, February 1st. Trustee Lou Lichtel celebrated his birthday yesterday. And a very special day tomorrow will be celebrated by Oxnard College Academic Senate President Dolores Ortiz, her birthday. Now, before we get to item 4.04, tenured faculty reception, which will be held next door behind this wall, we will take items 1603 followed by 1604. 1603 is the action to approve tenure recommendations for listed faculty at Moore Park College, Oxnard College, and Ventura College effective 2024-2025 academic year. And Chancellor, we didn't talk about handing off on this, but we have, let me get to that item. What we would like to do, though, is invite all the, well, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Is there a report or is there a motion to approve 1603? Trustee Torres moves approval.
Second.
Student trustee Figueroa seconds. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? No one? And no abstentions. We'll move real quickly then to item 1604, action to approve recommendation to expedite tenure prior to completion of 4-year probation for listed faculty at Ventura College, effective the same academic year. Is there a motion? What? Thank you. Trustee Mantooth moves. I'll second. What the heck? And student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? All right. Now, what we would like to have happen, let me get to, or Chancellor, is invite the, well, first of all, congratulations to all now tenured faculty. And I'm getting the list here. Quite a list. That's great. So I will read off the names and I would invite faculty to bring up with you to the podium there any of your guests that you have with you. After all of this is completed, as I said, we'll take a little 15-minute break, go next door, a lot of goodies over there. I would ask your indulgence in first things first, have a lineup for a group photo, and I'm going to self-invite myself and the Chancellor to join you for that group photo, and then steal a cookie and come back to conduct the rest of our business while you can stay there and partay. So, Chancellor.
You're all certainly invited to leave the reception and come back and be a part of the board meeting if you'd like as well.
Just fill out a speaker card. No. So I'm going to read these in order. And the first one is Esmeralda Camarena. If it's just you, indulge us. Just walk to the podium and introduce yourself and then, yeah.
Hi, good evening. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Esmeralda Camarena, and I am a EOPS Care, CalWorks, and Next Step Counselor at Moore Park College, and this is amazing. Thank you. It's been a long time coming, and I'm really excited to continue serving the VCCCD district. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize in advance for mispronouncing anyone's name, such as Ova Gasparian. Is he here or she? Anyone? No? Okay. Jackie Kinsey.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Jackie Kinsey. I'm a librarian at Moorpark College, and I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who supported me over the years. I feel very fortunate to be here, and just thank you for welcoming me. Thank you.
Congratulations. Jamie Whittington Studer, followed by John Everlove. Yep, come on. Okay.
I am not Jamie.
I was gonna say,
So my name's John Everlive. I'm the Allied Health Coordinator and EMS Programs Faculty at Moorpark College. My guests are all here because I didn't get here with all of them. So I'm really grateful for the support, the entire community. Thank you, Julius and Jennifer and John Forbes, Carol Higashida, Dean, overseeing my tenure process, who couldn't be here tonight. Really grateful for the contribution of everybody. Thank you, Christina, who's been carrying me like a piece of luggage from the moment I walked in the door. And for guiding me through the process. I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
okay. Katina Walla, followed by, I guess that's Kelly Porto Garcia.
My name's Katina Walia. I teach in nursing at Moorpark College, and I want to thank the administration at Moorpark for trusting in me in 2020 and bringing me on board. I started my journey at Moorpark back in 1991 as a student, so I'm honored to be here bringing our students into the nursing career. Thank you to my tenure committee, who isn't all here tonight, but without their help, I wouldn't be here. And then my daughter, Michaela, who is here with me, as well as Professor Jamie Maxey and Professor Autumn Muntz, who listened to countless tears and got me through, as well as the rest of the nursing department, Professor Lee, Dr. Higashida, Dr. Edwin. Thank you all for your help. So,
Congratulations. Kelly Porto Garcia, followed by Kenneth Plummer.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Kelly Porto Garcia. I am a counselor at Moorpark. I am a Guided Pathways co-coordinator. I am the counselor in charge of coordinating the University Transfer Center. I grew up at Moorpark since I was 3 years old, thanks to my dad. He's the baseball coach at Moorpark College. So I have literally grown up there. I was a student at Moorpark. So I am very blessed to be able to, I guess, continue the legacy, I guess you could say. My mom's here, so, and so that was very nice. My husband and my son are at home. And I would just like to thank my entire tenure committee, as well as my dean, now interim VP, Dr. Kushner Databoy. She has been tremendous support to me going through this, as well as Jody Dickey, who is not here today. She was department chair and now interim dean. So they have been amazing. So thank you all so much. I'm very excited.
Congratulations. Kenneth Plummer, followed by Milagros Tabije Ebuen.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kenny Plummer. I'm a health and kinesiology instructor at Moorpark College, as well as the women's head basketball coach. So a lot of work there. But as a former student athlete at Moorpark College, this is a surreal feeling for it to come back full circle. And I feel very, very blessed to be here. I want to thank those on my tenure committee that supported me through this. Julius as well, even Lisa, your time at Moorpark. I just want to thank everybody for all the hard work that you put into this. So thanks again, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Milagros, followed by Rebecca Gresh.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mila Ebuen, and I'm by myself today because my husband and my son is at University of Florida, graduating this May biomedical engineering, and my husband is retired, but he's in Florida also. So I'm by myself tonight. So anyways, I want to thank each and every one of you, particularly the Moorpark administration. Without them, I am not here today. I'd like to thank our nursing program director, chairman, of course, our dean and everybody at Moore Park for giving me this opportunity. I started my journey 2020 and that was pandemic too. So it was really challenging, but we are here. And I see all of my tenure track members that were here 2020, and we are all here. And so I'm thankful for that. We are here together. And also, I'd like to thank my mom who's in heaven now. And I really, this is my passion. My passion is education. And I always remember my mom always tells me one of the greatest gifts of humanity is giving equitable education to all the people. So I think it's really important. In addition to that, kindness and compassion, we must always demonstrate that, whether it be in the clinical setting or whether it be just looking at people in the grocery store or anywhere, any other place. So it's always great to be always kind and compassionate. And also integrity as a nurse is really important because the way that we are, our job is, integrity is very important in addition to excellence and also compassion. So thank you for this opportunity. And without each and every one of you, I am not here today. So I'm very grateful for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, followed by Rosa Gabrielin.
Rosa? Oh, okay. I guess I'll
Yeah.
be up here. It's hard to top that one. My gosh. So my name is Rebecca Gresh and I teach sociology at Moore Park. And like others, I started during the pandemic as well. And my gosh, super excited to finally be here and to be in your presence and to be like, yes, we made it. We did it. But it's, this is one step of the journey is how I view it. We're all here to serve our students and our community. And I'm really grateful that I'm standing here in front of all of you today and I can say I love my job. That's kind of crazy, right? But it's true. I love the students I work with, my coworkers. I love Moore Park College. And so this does feel like a dream come true. So pinch me. I wish my parents could be here, but they live in Pleasanton in Northern California. They couldn't make it, but I'll certainly tell them about this evening. And they're really proud of me. So yeah, I'm glad to be standing here. So thank you so much.
Well, you can wave to them and they can see you on the video, on the replay. Okay, Tammy, followed by Selenia Cano.
Hi, I'm Rosa Gabrielian. I'm one of the new English faculty at Moore Park. Unlike a lot of the people here, the first time I stepped foot on Moore Park College ground was on the day of my interview. But I feel like I'm a part of the family now. So I want to thank everyone for welcoming me, especially those in my tenure committee. It really felt like they were there to support and guide me. And it wasn't as scary as I thought it was going to be. I wish I could say the 4 years passed by really quickly. That wouldn't be the case, but it does definitely feel like home. And I'm so happy to see all my colleagues here and celebrate their success. Thank you so much.
Okay, and I did call Tammy's name, Tammy Terzian. Okay. Followed by Selenia.
Hi, my name is Selenia. I'm a math professor at Oxnard College. And yeah, I'd like to thank my tenure committee and everyone that supported me in the math department. You guys have been awesome. And Jacqueline is here with me. She was on my committee and she has become a wonderful friend. I'm a bit of a transplant. I grew up down by Long Beach. So being here, she's been a great support and she's really been here for me. So thank you and thank you.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did I call Tam? Are you Tam? There you go. Thank you. Sorry about that.
I'm Tammy Turgeon with the math faculty at Moore Park College. So just short and sweet, thank you all. Thank you so much. The tenure process was just an incredible help. And I am happy to just be a part of this family. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Christina Lopez Bowlin, followed by Jack Twitchell.
Hello, everybody. I'm Christy Lopez Bolin, and I'm one of the English faculty at Oxnard College. And I would like to thank the whole English department. I started out as a part-time faculty member in 2016. And right away, they were incredibly supportive, wonderful mentors for me as I was hoping to get a full-time job. And then when I was hired full-time in 2020, that was a dream come true. And I'm super grateful for my amazing tenure committee that I've had these past 4 years, as well as my family. My parents, my husband, and my 3-year-old daughter are here with me today, so I wouldn't be
All
here
right.
without them. Thank you.
Where are
all.
they?
Oh my God.
Okay. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jack Twitchell. I'm one of the lead instructors out at the Oxnard College Regional Fire Academy. Thank you to Dr. Cobian and everybody else that's had faith in me since taking on this job. Back in 2020, I retired after a 30-year career with the fire agency. And if you'd have told me then that I'd be here tonight doing what I do, I'd have probably laughed. I am humbled by the people that I work with, that I work around, that I look up to, that have been part of my tenure committee. I had no idea what it meant to be an educator and the amount of work that it takes. It's an ongoing process, but to see the results in the students that you teach, and luckily for me, and very passionate about the job, the career that I held, I get to live vicariously through the students that I teach, and I get to see them succeed. I often get text messages and they let me know where they're at in their career path. One of the most rewarding things. I mean, I can't say enough about it, and I'm grateful for every opportunity that I've been given. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I look forward to many more years, and we'll see where it goes from there. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Susan McDonald, followed by Noreen Kreischer. Are they here? Oh, there you go.
Good evening, everyone. I never stood in front of a microphone that I didn't like. Just no, but it's going to be
Put the
short.
timer on.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. My name is Noreen Kreischer, and I'm from Ventura College School of Nursing. And I'm excited to be here and honored to be here. The first year that I started teaching 4 years ago, I had to teach with one screen and started to teach nurses or future nurses how to start an IV and then do an assessment in a Zoom setting. So it was quite challenging for me to try to, do all of that. And then I fast forward after 2 years and 3 years, I graduated from one screen to two screen to three screen, right? But even more challenging is when we took them into the hospital, and the hospital with lack of PPE. And as you could see, that could be challenging as well. But the resilience of the future nurses and the resilience of the faculty and the admin and all of you guys made a huge difference in transitioning all of our students, not only in the nursing department, but everybody in the community were able to transition smoothly from not only in clinical, but also in classroom setting. So again, thank you, everyone. I'm excited to be here, excited to be part of the nursing department, in which we will be also serving the community soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and the last one, but not least certainly, is Nell. Thank you, Papa Vasilovs, or something close, and I apologize, but congratulations.
Thank you. So I'm Nell Papavasiliou. I'm an engineering instructor at Ventura College. First of all, I have to say, I earned tenure at a different community college district, and they did not do this at all. You walk in the room with the VP of Academic Affairs and they shake your hand. So this is very cool that you do this. And I want to thank, my tenure committee is not here, but I definitely want to thank President Hoffmans for listening to my tenure committee with intention and being very thoughtful and honoring their recommendations. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And let's have one more round of applause for all the newly tenured faculty. So everyone, thank you. And we will now take a break. We'll reconvene at 7:30 board, please. Okay, reconvene at 7:30. That's about a 20-minute break. That gives us time to get set up, get that quick group picture, and then have at it with all the refreshments and congratulatory wishes, etc. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Yeah. Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Dad?
And then let the students join with them. Some of them, they're professionals.
Of course, for anybody. It's a public building.
I'm gonna ask them if they want to. Oh, yeah.
What's up, Julian? Hey, Oscar. Hey, how you doing? I know. Hey, how are you? You're up next. Oh. Hi. Hey, what's happening? Part of the outreach team. Oh, yeah. Hey, how's it going? The meeting, I was supposed to meet with you with Diane and I wasn't able. You were golfing instead? No, I wish. I haven't golfed. I'm a golfer, but I haven't golfed like in probably a year. Gotta get your priorities straight, man. I only plan my wife's, schools, her Catholic school golf tournament. Oh, okay. That's about it. That's cool. I'm terrible. I just go and enjoy it. There you go. But I just wanted to say hello. Oh, I'm glad you did. Yeah, yeah, good to see you. Hello, Diane. How are you? Oh. It was my fault. I was like over here, I'm like, oh, my time is gone. I got you. Dolores. No. Yes. Trying to look for Lilia. Jackie? I mean, look real nice. Thank you. I mean, she's right there. Jack them. Oh, here's a stranger.
Don't tell me over. Any other answer's okay, yeah.
Wow.
That they are. Just tell them no. They tell me you need to do your yourself. If you don't tell me my last, I would just come and say, and then. We've been telling them that for years. Yeah, no, I don't think these things are there and, and if it wasn't that, that's what I'm like. And that.
Oh, did the children do it? I didn't get that.
There's our, there. Well, and that's what we asked for last time, because, yeah, and you know, license. If there's been some violations, what it was, and why, because they said, oh, you could.
That's right. She's a funko, having fun with her friend. And so it's great, but we all went out on that. We took a whole bunch of friends out on that. It's great. Well, what we thought was gonna be a comedy show turned out to be a disaster.
Oh.
But it was still fun. Yeah.
That might be.
Yeah. Okay, mine is really good. Look at mine. Can't have you, but he can't. He said for living, right? And I said, this is what he said. He's gonna go ahead and book it right now.
No, we should have fun. I'm a brewer. That's where we roll.
All right, Gabby, so what day is it?
Sorry? We'll make it happen. Even the weekends work. Yeah. Because then that's how you want to, you know, Saturday, we'll come up and have some breakfast or lunch. And, you know, we'll have fun. Yeah. Okay, so if we could do the next 2 weekends, that would be.
Okay, so that's this Saturday.
We're supposed to be back for 20 or 30.
This Saturday. Saturday, the next Saturday. is not what time, right?
Oh, okay. Fine. So,
Okay, I'll do it.
okay, all right, so that would be the second. March 6th. Saturday, March 2nd, or day. Like I said, or during the week works for us too. I know you're doing work, but after. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You're like, no, God,
No, we're okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
I broke my diet.
Full land, and then you guys can use that information to decide.
I broke my diet too.
Poll looks good.
I broke my diet.
So I told him that, you know, you wouldn't pay on questions tonight, but if you had some, he'll.
Anyone who has,
Oh,
may have.
thank you.
So, that's why.
Okay, that sounds good.
Move forward. Showing that, there's about On, so it's kind of in the range that it should be. You don't need 55%. We always like to have a person like 5 to 10%. But what it also probably going to say is something. Education. Or sometimes they know all of it. So understanding the needs of the call. So our job.
Did you have some?
But yeah, Richard Bernard, they've done a lot of polling. They know, wow, pretty informed. They did the last bond measure and did a couple of it for the city itself. So they kind of understand questions to ask. One second. Good to see you.
Dinner, right? Oh, okay. Oh, she's right there. You chose the healthier option. I should have done the same thing.
I haven't.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We're on a good trend. We got back from break in a timely manner. Thank you, everybody. So that will bring us, we did a little moving around. After that last item, the 4.04 tenured faculty reception, which keep them quiet back there. They're still celebrating, understandably. But we're moving item 14.02 regarding the general obligation bond presentation at this time. And Chancellor, if you want to introduce the item.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, before you do, I do have the one speaker card, which I'll take now before you open it up and make a presentation. Laura Espinosa. Laura, there you are. Is it on? The mic on?
The opportunity to once again address really important issues to the residents of the Santa Clara Valley. So I reviewed with much interest and excitement about the survey results on today's agenda. And my excitement was a little bit tempered as I searched and searched for some specific mention of the East Campus expansion. After many board meetings and cooperative participation in many other surveys and workshops and advisory committee attendance, I know you know this, Chair Perez, but I have to say it for the record. We provided solid input, encouragement, and the hosting of our own community meetings with invited, well-regarded speakers in order to engage the Santa Clara Valley. And that was really one of the positives out of the last workshop you had in Santa Paula. It engaged the community and it was well attended. Needless to say, there was not a single question related to the college expansion. I think an opportunity was missed and question again, where is the commitment of the elected body? We sense it, we can feel your energy, but we just haven't heard that absolute commitment from this body. It's clear that your staff is working on many possible related items, but there is no clear message yet. At this point, how can voters support repair work and more funds to public safety training when that was exactly where the last $356 million bond measure S went? I correct myself. The bond measure built a county facility for sheriff and fire department. The largest number of supporters of the college district based on the last bond measure in 2002 voted from the Santa Clara Valley in overwhelming numbers. We checked the numbers. We voted for it. We supported it. Maybe there are some that are going to rely on that and believe that we won't have to convince our community neighbors to vote again for a bond measure. I don't know. Has there been any consideration or talks with the County of Ventura to obtain funding for the facility that should have been built in the Santa Clara Valley? No problem with the training. That's what community colleges are for. What we're questioning is why that bond measure and went to a county facility. Please help us understand, I'll wrap it up, what benefits there will be to the Santa Clara Valley families who continue to pay on the first bond measure. And I thank you so much for enduring all of our comments over all these years.
Laura, we don't just endure them, we listen to them and take them to heart. And thank you for being here. Chancellor.
Thank you. We have some guests here with us this evening to help share some results of polling information and other information about our bond process. I'm going to turn over to Dr. Putnam to introduce our guest.
So the company FM3 is here to present the results of the feasibility study. This is our first of two polling activities if we continue to move forward. If you'll remember in our timeline, is this on? Oh, there, I'm so sorry. So FM3 is going to present their feasibility study. This is the first of two polling activities that we have in our timeline. If you'll recall, our timeline allows for tonight for you to take action to allow us to continue on our work based on the results of this feasibility study. So I'm going to hand it over to them and they're going to go through and describe the work that they did and the findings and put it into context with the next steps.
And we have at the microphone.
Sure. Dr. Richard Bernard. I'm a partner at FM3 Research and used to be an academic. And so this was very exciting tonight. I appreciated it. I never got the accolades the folks here got, so good for them. They well deserved, I'm sure. So first slide, please. So we conducted the your survey between January 3rd and the 13th of this year. So very fresh data. We conducted a dual mode survey, which means a random portion of the respondents took the survey online and a random portion took the survey on telephone. We interviewed 981 Ventura County Community College District voters who are likely to vote in a November 2024 election based on their past voter history, or if they've just recently registered to vote, which would imply that there's some interest in the upcoming elections. For questions asked of the full sample, the margin of error is plus or minus 3.5. And I was asked a question about what does the 95% confidence interval mean? And that means if we were to pull a similar random sample 100 times, we would expect 95% of the time for the responses, the results to be within the same margin of error. And so that's a statistical term. In some cases, we had a very long list of items to test, and we want to be respectful of your district voters. The survey was 20 minutes to begin with on the phone, so I think all of you would be voted out if it had been a 40-minute survey. So we wanted to respect that. So we took a random sample and asked them half the survey questions in some cases and half the others, and there the margin of error was bigger at 5.0. We contacted your voters by telephone, email, and text. And we had the privilege of working for the district on the last measure and did a survey in 2001. So there was I think at least one place where we had some tracking data. So we will share that. And of course, we offered the survey in English and Spanish. Next slide, please. So I want to start off a little bit talking about the awareness of your community college and district and the various colleges, and then a little bit about their perception of need, and then we'll get to the ballot initiative that we tested. Next slide. So we asked folks from what they know, what do they consider their local community college that services their area to be? On the left-hand side were the results from 2001. I'll tell you in 2001, we allowed multiple choices. So someone might have said, well, Moore Park and Oxnard, or Oxnard and Ventura, or Moore Park and Ventura. In January of 2024, this recent survey, we asked them to tell them their primary, the area that the college they consider to be serving their particular area. And you could see 39% of your respondents mentioned Moore Park College, 32 Ventura, and 17% Oxnard. And while the numbers are slightly different from 2001 because we allowed multiple options, you could see that Moore Park was considered by a disproportionate number of people to be their local community college. It's a perception. Most of the time it was where they geographically were located, but for some, because they're going to another community college because they're driving within the county, they may consider one of the other colleges to be their college. Next slide, please. We then asked everyone in the sample to give us their opinions about the college district itself and then the various community colleges. And by that, we asked them if they had favorable or unfavorable views of those respective the district or the respective colleges. And if they said, we also gave them the option, if they've heard of the college, or the district, and they're not sure they could rate it, they could tell us that too. Or they volunteered that they've never heard of it before. They just don't know it. And so the dark blue is the very favorable, the bright blue is somewhat favorable. And I've aggregated the total favorable on the right-hand side. The dull orange and the bright orange are the somewhat unfavorable and very unfavorable respectively. And if there's no number where the bar is, it means it's less than 5%. But I've aggregated again the total unfavorable on the right-hand side. So my takeaway from here is, multifold. One is to know your district and to know your college. If there's certainty that they can rate it, they like you. They like the colleges, they like the respective colleges and the district. So that's one thing that's important. All of them have a pretty strong favorable to unfavorable number. And so that's good. You'll notice the gray, which is the darker gray is never heard of. So there's a small percentage that say that. And then the larger gray, which is the lighter one, are the folks who said, yeah, I've heard of them, but I can't rate them. That partly comes from where they're geographically located in the college. So for example, I noticed that for about 40% of the respondents, they can't rate Oxnard College. So I'll use that as an illustrative example. The folks who are in the zip codes that fall into Oxnard College area of the county, and I received those zip codes from the community college district. I didn't make them up. So it's sort of your perceptions of it. Only 27% said they didn't know enough to offer an opinion, or they knew the college, or they didn't know the college, but it was a very small percent. Whereas if they live in Moore Park area, it was 56 who said they didn't know about Oxnard College. And if they lived in the Ventura College area, it was 38. So that larger swath of 40% is coming mostly from the other community college areas. And that explains why there's a lower perception of knowledge in the Oxnard area. But nonetheless, all the colleges score very well on the favorable, unfavorable. Next slide, please. So before I get to a potential discussion of a potential measure, and in no way am I trying to get ahead of the board. My charge was to test a ballot question, but you folks are smarter than I am, so you'll ultimately decide to do what you'll do when you're asked to do it. So again, I want to be clear, I'm not getting ahead of you. I wanted to ask them if they conceptually thought you even needed additional funds. Because if you don't, it's a harder sell for any kind of ballot initiative, right? So we asked everyone about the Ventura County Community College District, and depending on the geographic area, we asked about the respective colleges. So if I'm in the Oxnard area, we'll ask about the Oxnard College. If I'm Ventura College, we'll ask about that college. If I'm in the Ventura College East Campus, we're going to ask about that college as well. And then respectively Moore Park College. So it's really, we're asking people close to home about their respective colleges. We asked them if there was a need for additional funds, and we gave them the option of great need, which is a dark blue, some need, which is a bright blue, and I've aggregated again the great and some need on the right-hand side. The dull orange is a little need, the bright orange is no real need, and the gray are the people who volunteered. I just don't know. So you'll know that the bond that you may or may not be considering many months from now is a 55+1 measure. And so I'm looking for numbers that meet and exceed that 55 given the margin of error. And many of them statistically are teetering on that 55%, but it tells me that a lot more communication needs to be done to tell your story. And I partly attribute it to a well-run college, frankly. When you're able to provide the resources, the community college programs that you offer the community, and you do it well, they scratch their heads and they say, what do you mean they need money? This is like the first I've heard of it. You know, they're doing a good job. Why do they need this? And frankly, if you're interested in doing this, you can't advocate, but it's an opportunity to tell your story, to tell all the great things you do, but all the either challenges or aspirational goals you have for the future. And that's kind of part of the story of the results. They need to know your story. And that's what I think the connection is between the ask later on, where they're going to say, do you want to move forward, and just listen to the community and tell them your story. And I think that's the connection that I would look at this data in terms of. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to, next slide, please. I'd like to introduce the ballot question we asked. So legally, there's certain requirements that are beyond my capabilities. It's state law. There's certain words you have to include. You have to include your last bond. You were able to just say how many millions of dollars the bond is. That was the only dollar figure in the 75 words. Now you have to not only tell them how much you would like the bond to be, but how much is the amount per 100,000 of assessed value, and what does it generate annually? Those are legally required. There's a lot of dollar figures in there, which has made it more challenging to pass these measures because the average person like me, if I wasn't doing this for a living, I'd be wondering like, what is this all about? It's easier to just understand, oh, you need $990 million. Okay, I kind of understand that. You have a lot of campuses, a lot of needs, but what are these other things? So we constructed a ballot question and had your legal counsel review it because it doesn't help you if I test a question that is not viable to place on the ballot. And we worked really diligently with your staff. And by the way, I know you know this, but they're pretty exceptional. I mean, they know this campus so well, and it really made for a better survey, by the way. So we tested a variety of things in the context of the bond. Some of it are aspirational outcomes, but as you know, and perhaps some of the people in the audience know, all you can do with the bond is pay for infrastructure, right? Upgrades, infrastructure, maintenance, buildings, that kind of thing. You can't pay for programs. You can't pay for faculty. You can't pay for any of that. But you can have aspirational outcomes. So if you have a great campus, you will attract great faculty and they will want to teach here and you'll retain them and you'll have great quality classes. But that's the nexus. You can't pay their salary. So just for information for the folks in the room. So we asked this ballot question on the phone, or the folks read it online. And next slide, we said, based on the description, would you vote yes in favor or no to oppose? If they said they would vote yes in favor, we asked them, is that definitely yes or probably yes? Because we want to know the intensity of support. What percentage with just hearing ballot title and summary would say, yeah, I'm there, definitely yes, I'm voting for it. It's really important. And if they said no, we asked them, is that definitely or probably, because we want to know the intensity of the opposition. That is the percent who say definitely no. If they were undecided, we pushed them a little. We asked them, well, would you lean yes or would you lean no? If they said they'd lean yes, we put them in the yes camp. If they said they'd lean no, we put them in the no camp. And then in this particular measure, 8% said to us, I just don't know enough to offer an opinion right now. I need to learn more. So that's okay. So on the initial vote on a 55+1 measure, it was 60 yes, 32 no, 8% undecided. But I want to dig a little deeper into the numbers. 33%, a third, said definitely yes. That's about at the lowest percent I want to see on an initial ballot test question. We're going to simulate a public outreach in a moment, and I'm going to foreshadow it and say your bond is going to do better over time with education. But on the initial vote with just ballot title and summary, and if anyone's voting for it, for some people, that's the only thing they'll see is that ballot title and summary. If they don't listen to any news, they don't get any information, they don't read the voter pamphlet, any of that, that's all they get. On the negative side, on the definitely no, usually I'm looking for a floor of about 20% and you're there. So that's a good place to be, but you have a lot of soft voters. So let's assume everything goes the way of that measure. If you're in the affirmative, that's a good thing. If you're not, it's not a good thing. But let's assume for a moment. So 60% yes, with a margin of error of plus or minus 3.5. That means statistically, on the high side, you're at 63.5, and at the low side, you're at 56.5. That's super close. And you have a soft yes. So I'm very mindful. So we're going to see shortly about what impact educational outreach has, but I want to give you a little bit more information. Can we turn to the next slide, please? I want to give you a sense of who supports this on the initial vote, as asked, who opposes it, and who's undecided. You may recognize this slide to be trustee areas. I figured you might be interested in that, so I'm showing it. The blue bar is the total of the definitely, probably, or lean no on the last vote. So that blue bar is total yes. The orange bar is total no, the definitely, probably, or lean no on that last vote, and the gray are the pure undecided. And you'll see the votes per trustee area. And the percentages at the bottom are the percentages that they make up of a likely November 2024 electorate. So that means that the largest percentage of the voters will be in trustee area 2. If my eyesight is good enough, it's 24%. And you could see the least number of voters are coming from District 5 at 14%. That's based on their voter history. You know, I'm not cooking the data. And so the blue bars indicate that there's pretty strong, consistent support across districts. None of them fall below the 55%. But within the margin of error, it's a little bit larger margin of error because there's smaller samples, because I've split the data into 5. But it looks pretty, you know, solid across districts. None really stand out particularly, but they're all sort of consistently high, with almost in some cases a 2-to-1 yes to no vote. Next slide, please. Here, I wanted to look at the community college areas. So remember, I received zip codes that represent, we split the county up into the Moore Park College area, the Oxnard College area, and the Ventura College area, of which the Moore Park College area just consumes a lot larger percentage of the likely voters, almost 1 and 2. And here, again, pretty consistent voting across the county, which is unusual because I've done a lot of research in the county, and we know that the East and West County, in terms of ballot initiatives, are very different at times. But it was interesting, the consistency, which really spoke to the strength of your community college district, frankly. I was pretty surprised and impressed. Next slide, please. And now I thought, now we're slicing the dice and dicing the data a little bit more, but I thought at least for the cities that were large enough to provide an interesting sample size, you could see where support is. Again, a little bit more margin of error because I've sliced and diced the data a little bit more. And of course, the unincorporated area is made up a lot of patches in different parts of the county. It's not only in one geographic area, so it's hard to pinpoint one specific area, but certainly within the context of the cities, you can see the level of support. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry, I have
Yes.
a quick question.
Sure, of course.
I'm just wondering why Moore Park wasn't put in here, given that Moore Park College.
Yeah, I don't think it's a large enough sample size.
Okay.
Because the city is comparatively small. It only makes up 5% of the district. So we're talking a small number of folks. And while of course they're as important as any other city, the margin of error would be huge. And so the data wouldn't be very helpful. I don't want to overspeak to the data on that. Thank you for that question. Next slide, please. A couple of other demographics. I wanted to kind of look at the homeowners and renters. Homeowners, since it's a property tax, they are typically less likely to be as strong in terms of level of support, but nonetheless, they're pretty close to the 55%. Renters, much stronger, and that's not unusual for the research I've done on community college districts or even property taxes for cities or counties. Next slide. And finally, on the demographics, remember earlier on in the presentation, I showed you a slide that looked at perception of need, specifically about Ventura County Community College District. And I've split up the groups where they said great need, some need, a little need, no real need, and I wanted to look at their votes. If I perceive there is a need for additional funds, I am more likely to vote yes on this measure. This tells me telling your story and telling the needs is really important in terms of getting this measure over, the finish line, if that's of desire for you. Next slide. I now want to move to some funding priorities. You may remember in the ballot question, we had these sort of small, short, pithy phrases that illustratively show what the money could be used for or some potential outcomes. I know there was some questions about could this be included in the ballot question? So we're limited to 75 words, but the bond itself has a extensive project list that comes with the ordinance. And so all the things that you want to do, of which there is a very long list of amazing things in each of these community colleges that you'd like to do to enhance what you're already doing, will not all fit into those 75 words, but that doesn't preclude it from being included in the project list. So it's important for you to know. Part of my job is to be responsive to your voters and identify the things that they prioritize the most. So they see if it's on your list and it's of interest to the board, there should be a nice marriage between the two. So next slide. I've tested a bunch of funding priorities, of which I'm going to show you 23 of them. I know this is publicly available. We asked the question, regardless of whether you support this measure or not, how important would it be to include this item or this feature provision, this use of the money, this outcome in the measure? That dark blue is extremely important. The mid-color blue is very important. And I've aggregated and ranked the extremely and very important on the right-hand side. The dullest of blues, that third blue, is somewhat important. The orange is not too important. And the gray are those gray slivers are folks who said they didn't know enough to offer an opinion. So I'm just going to talk about some of the top scoring items just to put it in context. Preparing students for the 21st century jobs. That's an outcome, right? So if you have these great resources, top technology, you're preparing them for the jobs of now and into the future. 81%, it was the highest scoring item in terms of framing for folks saying, I want that included. Then we have some of the basic repairs also scoring high, and this is bond connected, removing asbestos, mold, lead paint, repairing leaky roofs, providing safe drinking water. And people say, why are you putting safe drinking water? And I'll just simply mention Flint, Michigan and Jackson, Mississippi. And people say, I get it. No one's claiming that the water you provide for drinking on campus isn't safe now, but you want to make sure the pipes continue to be safe, that you provide that kind of opportunity for your student, staff, and faculty. Replacing deteriorating sewer and gas lines, many of these are very much high priority. We tested in each of the respective college areas a phrase, in this case, ensuring Oxnard College gets its fair share of funding from the measure. For those people in Oxnard College, that scored very high. Not surprisingly, every ballot initiative I've ever done, the responsibility for the folks putting out the ballot question is, what's in it for me? Voters want to know that. And so if they know money's coming back to my college area, I'm much more likely to support it. So I'm going to let you, because, yeah, please. Yeah, of course.
On that thread.
Yep.
Were there any questions that would lead the voters through that angle, that what's in it for me?
Yeah.
That within this bond will be improvements that will serve the entire community. So we saw that in some of the facilities master plans that I believe some of the bond goals or directions or projects were connected to. So for example, I remember one at Ventura College was like a walking path, or maybe one of at the previous bond, performing arts center that
Right.
isn't just used for Oxnard College, but communities
For the
can.
community.
Yes.
Sure.
So were any of the questions?
Yeah,
connected
so
to that?
if I, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't like to put words in people's mouths. I usually just listen, but you're asking me community benefits, right? We tested a number of them and they typically scored quite low. So that would be my answer. All right, so I'm going to, if with your permission, I'm going to just move through this section. You have it at your viewpoint, and I, unless there's some problem, but understanding each of these items, I'd like to move to the next section.
Just for clarification.
Yeah,
can I
please.
ask- Can I
Of
ask a
course.
question?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the questions that you posed
Yep.
during the survey, were these formulated by FM3 or were they formulated in collaboration with district staff?
Right.
Where did these questions come
Sure.
from?
Well, the question stems or the individual items?
Individual items.
Yeah. So I would say that your staff, working with the board as they do for a very long time, identified what the priorities were for the communities in each of the respective areas and also for the macro district. And we placed it into the survey. We may have framed, took responsibility for framing some of them because I do this for a living and I've passed a lot of measures. So I know sometimes changing a word or two will make a difference in support by 10, 15 points. It doesn't mean that you're going to change your project in any way differently, but I'm trying to put the best face on the projects that you think are important. They're not my projects, they're your projects. Yeah, sure. Okay, let's move on. One more. Okay, let's stop there for 1 minute. So as you know, you can't advocate in your position like right now when you're on the dime of taxpayers in your facility, you can't use district phones, you can't use district computers. What you do on your own time, you can do anything you want. But in the context of here, all you can do is educate. All the district can do is educate. And your legal counsel will confirm that. I'm not your lawyer, but I know enough about to at least tell you that. So we gave folks some educational statements. My charge was to simulate educational outreach to see if that made a difference. Because if it doesn't make a difference, you going out in this short period of time and talking about it may be a waste of money. I'm not encouraging that. So I wanted to see if it's viable or not. So if we can turn to the next slide. So we gave them a series of statements. And by the way, the last series of items we randomized. Everyone didn't hear this first item, then the second item. They heard it in different orders to make sure there was no bias. The same is true of every list that I'm showing you, including this one. So we gave them a list of statements, educational statements. We use your staff to verify the accuracy of it so that we're representing you. I have to tell them the truth. I have to tell them what the facts are. I can't embellish them because ultimately I want, if they're successful, I'm going to, and you want to move forward, I want you to use these statements if they are compelling to your community. So after each one, we asked them, would this make you more inclined to vote yes on the measure? The dark blue is much more inclined. The bright blue is somewhat more inclined. And I've aggregated the total more inclined to vote yes on the right-hand side. Now, the words in the parentheses, repairs, accountability, you'll see in a moment, or you'll see if you skip forward, affordability, first responders, are just the themes of the messages, because I think you won't like me if I sit there and read 14 messages. So I just want you to know what the themes were. And we try to sub-regionalize the messages where we could. So if I was in Moore Park, the Moore Park College area, we talked about Moore Park. If I was in Oxnard, excuse me, if I was in Ventura College area, we talked about Ventura College. But the essence of the rest of the statement was read to everyone. And so just the basic repairs, you have some old buildings. And you want to make sure that they're safe, that they're appropriate for, 21st century learning. And so we tested a repairs argument, accountability argument. By the way, no one will vote for a measure if there's accountability, but they will vote against a measure if there isn't. So it's always a secondary message, but important. They want transparency. They don't know that you have your budget online. I know this because I do a lot of focus groups, but they want to know where every dollar is going. And I know you want to tell them where every dollar is going. Next slide, please. We also tested an affordability measure argument or statement. I know you're the best deal in town. The cost to attend California's public university has risen to at least 6 times that of attending a community college. So problem solution. You're a great opportunity to give them I don't have to sell this to the board, but you know the story. So we tested these statements. And then if we can drop down to slide 23, please. I'm going to now show you the impact of simulation. On the left-hand side was the initial vote, just the ballot title and summary. You saw this before. It was 60 yes, 32 no, 8% undecided. After telling them what the money could be used for, some aspirational outcomes of the money, as well as telling your story in hopefully a non-advocacy way, we re-asked that same ballot question you saw earlier. Support went up overall to 67% from 60. That was a jump of 7 points. I'll remind you the margin of error is 3.5, so it's above the margin of error in terms of movement. And probably more importantly for me is that the definitely yes moved up 7 points to 40%, a much healthier place to be on a survey in terms of support. The definitely no is 18%. It's around that still statistical floor of 20% I was hoping for. You still have some soft voters. And if I use that margin of error test of 3.5 and everything went the measure's way, if I use 67 as the marker, on the high end, you're at 70.5 and 63.5 on the low end. If I look at the 61, which is a more conservative way to look at it, you're at 64.5 on the high end and just above the 55+1 on the low end. But it appears that it could be viable. But I would say less so if you don't communicate. And I know there was a question about why are some of these people saying those hard, definite no's? I can tell you, like many jurisdictions in California, there is a group of folks, as I'm sure you can appreciate, will not vote yes on any tax measure. It doesn't matter what it is. There is a group of folks who have mistrust of any government entity who will say, yeah, we'll give them more money, but they'll just waste it on, they have enough money. They're not telling us, but they have enough money to do everything they want to do. And so those are often the people who are those start-offs as a hard nose. And you can tell them that this community college will help their 4 kids have the most amazing life plan with great jobs, great opportunities, and they'll say, not voting for it. It's a tax measure. Those are the people. So I hope that answers that particular one. If I can go to the conclusions, one more. So a bond measure for your college district is viable for further planning with the initial support close to but exceeding 55 threshold. The data really shows that you need a robust educational outreach effort to tell your story. You have to take responsibility for being a really good college. And the implications of that is they're scratching their heads saying, what do you mean they need money? I mean, they're doing fine. So you're going to have to tell your story if you want it. But we see support grows to 67% after simulating education. Working to build community stakeholder consensus for this measure is super important. As I'm going to tell you something you already know, this is a tough county to pass a county-wide measure. Now, if my information is correct, in a way you missed a bullet. If I'm correct, and I might not be, but all my sources tell me that the transportation folks have sort of kicked the can down the road for a couple of more years. It's easier to pass a measure when there's less things on the ballot in the county. There's going to be tons of things on the ballot. Someone will say to me, well, maybe we should wait another 2 years. And I'll say there will be more stuff on the ballot in 2026. The presidential election is a good election because lower propensity voters come out and they tend to be more likely to support ballot initiatives than in a gubernatorial election. So something just to consider. Next slide. Many of the possible projects and outcomes for the measure are important to very large majorities of voters. They include the aspirational outcome of preparing students for 21st century jobs and careers, as well as health and safety repairs such as removing asbestos, mold, lead, paint, repairing leaky roofs, providing safe drinking water, training for first responders, preparing, supporting veterans, additional themes about fiscal accountability and maintaining affordable higher education are also important to communicate. And with that, I am happy to answer any other question that there may be.
Are there any questions from the board? Trustee Mantu?
A slide up there previously about homeowners versus renters.
Sure.
So let me back up, and I may have missed it. All of the people that you were polling, are they registered voters?
They're registered voter. Not only are they registered voters, but they're registered voters who are likely to vote in the November 2024 election. So if a person is registered to vote, but hasn't ever voted, or maybe voted in 2012 or something like that, they're not included in the sample.
I was just curious because renters often don't see the direct connection between the additional tax that the owner would pay and what ultimately happens in, financially.
Yep.
Are the renters that you polled as likely to vote percentage wise as the homeowners? How does that work out? To drill deep.
Everyone fills the criteria of likely voters. If I had a doubt, first of all, we expect a very high turnout election. I mean, It doesn't matter if people are voting for someone, they're certainly voting against someone. It's a high turnout election. So you should expect, probably, it could be anywhere from 75 to 90% of the voters to come out. So we took that scenario into account. And we also looked at lower turnout elections because there is some concerns that certain groups are kind of feeling down about the choices and just will stay home. And right now, sort of my hope is that if we get another shot at the apple, because that's the plan, if you choose to move forward in terms of testing a potential measure before you have to deliberate, we'll be able to have a little bit more clarity. The primaries will be done and the people will start focusing in a little bit more on the general election. So to again answer your question, these are all likely November voters.
Thank you.
Sure.
Question about the draft ballot measure language.
Yep.
I appreciate learning about the limitation of the number of words. And so it would seem like each word and its impact is really important. And I was curious, as opposed to saying repairing specific things, if you said repair deteriorating infrastructure, remove toxic material, that might free up some space for other words like land acquisition.
Right.
Or new campus, facilities. But do these individual words tend to carry more impact to the voter than, say, a polysyllabic word like infrastructure?
Well, let me say that I would say you are very sophisticated in your knowledge of building and needs of the community college, way more so than the average voter. So I'll start with that. And then I'll also say that things like land acquisition, we tested tons of things. And I've done this like for more than 21 years, and I kind of know the words that pop. And that's why I suggested that some of the other items that you suggested would go in the very long project list. That it's available to everyone to review, but only a small percentage of folks look at. The ones that we placed here were purposely placed here. They weren't randomly placed here. And the survey is intended to try to improve the ballot question if I have the opportunity to go back and test it again. Because you saw certain things that rose to the top when we tested those individual pithy lines. It's a reflection of your voter preferences. And some of them, I would argue, weren't exactly in there as I might have anticipated. And I would encourage us to swap in the priorities of your voters in that 75 words and take out some of the items that may have scored lower. if that's helpful.
Yeah.
Words matter, to your point.
My question's motivated by trying to find the largest generic umbrella in which to do things, because we always are going to experience change.
Yep.
And what might be today's priority may be eclipsed by something else.
Absolutely.
And so
Yep.
what I think I'm hearing is it may be something other than a roof, a sewer line, and it can be building infrastructure if it's on the project list, even though it's not in the ballot language.
Right.
And we wouldn't get crossed up legally.
You would not. And I'm not a lawyer, but I confirmed that with your lawyer today on my way here.
Thank you.
Sure.
Trustee Lichtel, any questions? from-
Yeah, just going along with what trustee Mantoo said, I think that other bonds that I've been involved in, it's really important to put things out there that people see, projects that people see, as opposed to infrastructure that people don't see. Right. So something out there that is going to say, hey, my student, my son, daughter will be able to go to that program and be in that facility. I think that really is important. And that does speak to some of the speakers that spoke this afternoon. I have a kind of a specific question about the dual mode voter survey.
Sure.
And I was wondering, you said there was online and or by phone.
Sure.
I'm wondering, is there a percentage? And maybe it was on the slide and I missed it.
No, it wasn't. It's a good question, and I actually have the answer. So we have 46% took the survey on phone, and the balance 54% took it online. And we try to have a balanced proportion on the phone and online.
I noticed I was a little confused by some of the numbers. So if you wouldn't mind, before we publish again or republish,
Yeah.
just kind of verifying some of the numbers.
Yeah.
Because I saw some numbers that I couldn't understand. They seemed a little bit off.
Call me on it. I'll.
Okay.
Which ones?
Well, I probably could go back through now, but it'd be a waste of time, but you can look at them and add those up, but I'll do that.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
addition things that I think.
Oh,
it's
well, I
important for
will
us-
tell you, if it doesn't equal 100%, it's rounding.
Okay,
I
so
did.
that's a rounding issue.
These are rounding issues. Sorry.
Because I know
Yeah, this
there's
is
a
like
lot of
the-
people, I
Yes,
know there's
sir.
people out there that are sticklers and say,
Yeah.
if it doesn't,
Yeah.
if it doesn't match,
Yeah.
22 and 39 is 61. If it's
Yeah.
50 it's
These
62.
are, these are rounding errors. In fact, if you go to slide 2, and this was probably the only presentation I didn't mention this, but if you know, look at the note at the bottom. Not all results.
Yeah, I saw that.
100%. It is rounding error. And I usually say, if you're really quick on math, and it doesn't equal 100%, I attribute that entirely to rounding error. And
Okay.
I've just learned I should say it every time. So thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit of a nuance thing, but again,
Yeah.
I know people out there will see that.
Yeah.
and
I
kinda call
I
it a
hear it.
question.
I hear it.
Slide 16 through 18, we already talked about the question, so never mind on that one. And then you mentioned further planning. So I guess this may be getting too way ahead of us on the process, but what does that really mean for us? What are the next steps? What do those action items look like? I'd be curious to hear if you're prepared to speak to that.
I'm actually
Before-
going to leave
before-
that to, I'll leave that to your staff, but I'm here to answer any
Okay,
questions.
that's fine.
related.
Understood.
Yeah, and before anybody responds to that, trustee Torres, you have a question?
You'll probably have the answer because you're a numbers person. When you mentioned highly voters that will more likely vote, what's the number that we have for our county that we can say these are the number of voters that you have that typically will go out to the ballots and vote?
Oh, I don't have the actual number of registered voters.
From that, okay, from that sample, so in order for me to
Yeah.
understand how
Yeah.
big that sample is, so for me, I would see it, okay, how many voters do I have across the county?
Yeah,
And these are the ones that are most likely to go and vote.
yeah.
And from that number, what is the number, that sample, to get a snapshot that we used? Is that how it was created? I'm getting. I'm trying to get a
Yeah.
sense.
No, I get it. Maybe I'm hoping I can answer your question. So I think we looked at the last one, if you voted in the last one of 6 elections, so that was about, I think, 90%. We wanted to keep the outcome, the turnout model high because we anticipate it to be a high one, but we also looked at some lower turnout models. Let's say if there was a smaller, like maybe 2, if you voted in 2 of 6, just to see if there are differences if it's a lower turnout model, and the data seems quite similar.
So for example,
Yeah.
our 18-year-olds,
Yep.
they're going to be able to vote.
Yep.
Like our young generation.
Yep.
That's the population that we didn't really reach out to because they wouldn't have like a track history of voting. So that's, as you're presenting the data, I start thinking about who's probably missing in the data, some gaps as for,
They're there.
they are there.
They are there. They
Oh, okay.
register, yeah, because they include also people who've recently registered to vote. And so let me tell you some demographics so that you'll feel pretty good about the fact we're not missing anyone here. So 12% of the respondents were between the ages of 18 and 24. So that kind of mirrors. I can do sort of quick math and say 18 to 29 was 18%, 30 to 39 was 15%, 40 to 49 was 14%, 50 to 64 was 26%, and 65 plus was 28%. And this mirrors your likely turnout. Like I looked at the demographics of the respondents to make sure that they mirror the anticipated likely turnout. I can't have like only not 65 plus people on serving on this, answering the survey because it's not reflective of the outcome. And my job is to try to best predict at this point. I know there's a lot coming down the road. We don't, who anticipated COVID, right? Who knows? But I'm trying to say on this day, at this point, when we did the survey, if all things sort of are equal, these people are going to go out and vote, and this is what the outcomes are going to be. And then I simulate outreach to say, if you tell your story, it's going to move this percentage of the folks, and this is where you're going to be. And if you choose not to do an outreach effort, your vote is going to be a lot less if you then choose to move forward with that. Does that help?
It does.
Thanks. Thanks for that. It's a great question. Thank you.
Chair Perez. may I-
Trustee Chancellor first and allow and student trustee, if you have any questions or comments.
I have a question for our district, and I guess it piggybacks on Trustee Lichtel's comments or questions is, what's the next step for our district? Because I've heard the term outreach a lot that the district needs to do with the help of consultants but I think there's an area of inreach. I don't know if that's the correct term that we need to do as well. Because when I saw the number of $990 million and I hear reference to the work that the district did with your firm and a project list and these things, I don't know if this board has seen such a project list yet. So as we work on outreach, I'm curious the next step this board needs to do. And in order to do that, we need some internal dialogue and data to process that. At least I do.
I think we're all curious as to what some of those next steps will be and what that information that will accompany those next steps. Student trustee, any questions or comments?
No, they already answered.
Okay, all righty. So, well, first of all, thank
Chair
you.
Perez, may I
I'm
jump
sorry.
back?
Yes,
that
trustee
okay?
Lichtel.
By the way, there's 510,000 registered voters in our county at this time. And so one of the questions that I had was, we have a sample of about 950 individuals. From your standpoint, I don't remember if the word is reliable or valid. Does it meet that test? That sample size compared to our voting population?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll give you illustrative examples why I feel that way. When we do statewide surveys, we typically do about 1,000.
Okay.
When we do national surveys for presidential elections, we'll do about 3,500 to 3,800 for the whole country. I think this is a nice sample for your community college.
Okay, well, that's very validating. I appreciate that. And then one last thing, if I may.
Yes.
On slide 9, 22% are definite no on voting for the bond, and 33% said definitely yes. So my question is, in your past experience, do these numbers parallel what you have seen in successful measures? In other words, that seems like that raises a concern for me.
Yeah, so it's a good question. Is it too hard to bring those up again? Might as well have everyone watch as I
Well,
talk.
and as you prepare to answer that, my impression, correct me if I'm wrong, is after voter education,
It changes. We
increased,
see it. That's
and then
right.
after a robust effort on our part, it will further change.
That's right. Maybe at best, let's go to slide, if it's okay, 23. So I answer your question and I respond to yours simultaneously. So when I introduced the initial vote for just ballot title and summary, my comment was the 33 was about the lowest I'd want to see for a 55+1 measure. I was buoyed by the fact that the definitely no was around that floor that I typically see of 20%, knowing that the margin of error is plus or minus 3.5, it's around 20-ish%. I'm not so worried. What makes the difference is the point of the chair, and that is it's that outreach that moves the measure to in much more comfortable grounds. So if you, this was my point to Trustee Torres, if you do nothing and you do an election today and did nothing, it's a dicey proposition, which is your concern, and it's a rightful concern. If you do some outreach, it's a little bit of a different story, and you have a shot. You are never getting 80% in Ventura County. It's just not going to happen, right? So it may be a close vote in this day and age. It may be a close vote, but you have a shot. And the intent was to do the tracking survey to see if you've moved the needle. And so then you have fresh data in which to deliberate and make what you think is the most appropriate decision. My pleasure.
Trustee Mantu.
An additional question. It would be no surprise to people in the audience that I was around when Measure S was on the ballot. And at the time, that looked like a pretty big number. I understand why you have a number of 990 million versus 1 billion. I also understand that that amount of money will not come close to doing all the things that are on our wish list. However, I'm curious as to how do you arrive at a number like that? Do you back in the amount for 100,000 of assessed valuation? Or I know you don't just pull it out of thin air. How did you come up with that dollar amount? And did you get many comments about the size of that issuance?
Right. So first of all, you should say, I don't figure out that. That's not my area. Your bond folks, the finance folks tell me, and I pop it in. I tell them what you told me, like, if we're close to 990, let's not do $1 billion. That's like, from a communications perspective, that's pretty scary. I totally know this is not going to cover all your needs. And you also have a limitation because there's only so much per 100,000 of assessed value you can ask for. But how this ultimately got there is not my purview. So I won't take any credit or any blame for that dollar figure.
Okay, if we're through with questions, I'll turn it back to Chancellor and or your team you've heard some of the questions and what's next. And wait to hear your answers.
So my answer, what next? If with your support for tonight, we would start running tomorrow. Excuse me. So you'll notice that we've got Robert Ortega and Mike Flores and Diane McKay actually with us as well. These are part of our strategists and our marketing team. And they will continue the work that they've already been doing with the listening sessions and talking with people and continuing to get the word out. We are also going to be going with videography, interviewing people on campus, looking at the needs. We're trying to then tell the story of our need. So again, the community knows that we're doing great work. Now we need to tell them what the need is. And so we're going to be starting on that marketing campaign. Interviews, social media, pictures, anything and everything that we can do with the help of the three in the back. In addition to that, the internal work, we actually have already started with the conversations on each of the campuses. So we have 3 recent facility master plans that are driving some of the projects. And so now the internal, that in-reach that you're talking about, we're getting conversations going on the campuses saying, now let's start talking about projects. What would these look like? What are some of our priorities? And so there's worksheets that our consultants have given to us to say, okay, here, let's start prioritizing some of these projects and see what's surfacing to the top. And then we hand this over to our consultants and they're going to help us create that project list so that we can start formalizing exactly what that ask is going to be and the moves that we're going to make.
The next polling activity.
Well, that'll inform the next polling activity. So then as we get, so through the rest of the semester, from now until May, we're going to be doing a lot of this work, continuing to grab information, get our stories out. We're going to be coming back here in June with the results of that second polling research project, and for you to make the decision on whether or not we're going to try and put this on the ballot. So spring is to get information, inform the next polling instrument, and then to come back and seek the next steps.
So I know we've all been interviewed by consultant team representatives. Will that continue to help drive out, as trustee Chancellor, reaching inward or looking inward?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we have our executive team, folks that are from each of the campuses. We have you on the board so that there's continual conversation and information flowing between the consultants and the campuses and the board.
Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of communication. It's not just a one and done.
Right. Okay. Trustee Chancellor.
Where I'm having a hard time is that we have a number, and that number is 990 million, but we don't have anything at this point in time in writing that matches that number. And that's where
is it
I'm
formulaic. Is that what it was?
This is beyond my scope.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that our facility master plans, a number that was floated out there was much larger than the 900 million.
Well, it was so much per assessed valuation, I thought. So maybe somehow it's backed into it. But if we don't have the answer tonight, some of the incoming information, because I think the only question in front of us right now is there enough information that we've been presented to give staff direction to continue with this?
I know part of the answer, but I think Kathy wants to talk about this as well.
Just the 990 million is formulated from what our available tax basis is and what we can assess. What we could legally assess is more than the $23, but it was decided to back it down so that we're under the 1 billion. It is not enough for all our need. If you added up everything at all of the colleges, it exceeds 1 billion. So we didn't add up projects and say those projects add up to 990 million. We started with what our need was in general. I mean, we didn't, ideally, we know it's in excess of 1 billion. Then we talked with our consultant that actually would be the one determining our assessability legally. And he was the one that said we could go up to $25, but we looked at what that figure was and it was over 1 billion. So we went down to 23, so we'd be under 1 billion. So it's not tied to specific projects, that figure, it's tied to our ability to assess taxes.
okay. Thank you. That clarifies. I guess my concern is when the headline comes from tonight, that if in fact this board decides to move forward, projecting they do hypothetically, and its board moves forward with a $990 million bond. And I get asked tomorrow, so what are some of the projects? That has not been formalized as of yet. And that's concerning for me then to answer and say, we don't know, we still have to develop that. So if my question is, when can we solidify that in writing and say, here's our plan? This is how we're going to spend, or we would like to invest in our community with $990 million. So this board can communicate that in a very clear way. And I think that's fair ask.
A couple of things real quickly. I hope when the word goes out, it's not that the board, it's we, the board, are deciding to go forward, because I think it's important that we're all in if that's the decision to move forward. Okay, because it's going to take that robust effort, and staff will need that continual support from this board to gather the information. And for those of us that have been around elections and ballot measure elections and school bond elections, it's a hell of a process. And we've just begun at gathering the information. And I'm encouraged by this preliminary information that you brought forward to us. I know Ventura County is a tough county to pass tax measures and such, but we've got a great story to tell. And it's going to be incumbent upon the team out there, staff, and we, the board members, to help prepare that story in a concise, effective manner, and then get out there. We've talked about this for how long, those of us that have been on the board a while, about getting out in front of communities, organizations, et cetera. So, you know, this might be the catalyst for that to really start happening in earnest. And you know, I'm really encouraged by the increase in the polling results after even a little bit of education. And so I feel fairly confident on that basis. The general election cycle is the best time to go forward with this kind of a measure. And I'll leave it to after Trustee Torres's question or comment for staff to help bring this home tonight. Trustee Torres.
What's helpful to me in making decisions is if we know particularly that we're going to need to have a strong outreach plan, being able to see a plan in writing, to be able to see strategies, what's going to take place, dates, who's involved, committees in place that perhaps can take that are in moving forward. Because it's huge, right? As I was listening to the information presented, which was very thorough, I was able to get clear that it's really going to be the outreach that's going to make the difference of those 7 points, potentially more. And so what's helpful is knowing this information that's coming forward, it's understanding what is the plan, but having a plan in writing, being able to maybe immediately as he's done presenting, here's our district and saying, board, if you decide to move forward, we are ready. This is the outreach plan. This is what we've done. This is what we foresee. Should we move forward? And so I think that's always helpful. And really in what Trustee Chancellor was saying, it's true for myself and being able to understand what is going to be the focus. I know when I was part of those listening sessions, I really wasn't able to answer. I mean, I had that question. I will share. I said, I really don't know. I know there's the bond. I know that there's a couple of areas that we are interested in supporting and this bond would be helpful, but that area doesn't cover the full amount. I know that we've discussed a couple of things. And so I think having something in writing and understanding as a board member, this is exactly what it's going to be. I listened to the presenter said that the questions that were presented came out of the district, came out of the board. But I know for myself, and maybe it was you, Trustee Perez, as part of a board member who said these could be some potential questions. But I know for myself as a board or for us here, really there was no input in terms of what those specific questions that were intentionally placed that came from us. And so for us board, I really want to be able to be involved in this process. I really like to have information presented because it's important. It shows that commitment. For me, this is huge. And I would love to see what is that outreach plan? What does it look like? Just like we've had study sessions and there's been presentations and we look at numbers. We're projecting that this is the outreach. If it's going to be here in Oxnard, it's going to be here in Thousand Oaks, Moore Park. That's helpful as we're looking at information. I know for myself as a trustee, because then, like Trustee Chancellor said, it's just good to be able to respond, to be knowledgeable for myself, because I am in a place right now as a trustee that the bond, I know what it means. I have this information. Thank you. But there are those questions like, okay, should we get this money where exactly? So we know that it's going to repair, remove asbestos. Okay, how much of it are we talking about for the colleges, or what is the plan? So I know there's got to be a plan, and I don't know what that plan looks like. So I think if the district, I'm sure there's something if that can be presented to us, that would be helpful.
I'd like to
Well,
respond.
it's an evolving process, and you already said you'll be hitting the ground running tomorrow if
Correct.
had-
And being cautious with how much money we're spending, right? So tonight was bringing forward, is this even feasible? And shall we move forward? And so with that, now that we're thinking about these things, I can ask for our marketing folks to come up, but we didn't want to actually hire them to create a step-by-step plan until we knew, okay, we're going to be moving forward, because those things cost money. But there is a concept, right? And so she can go through the steps of our next steps. If you'd like.
Maybe a bare bones introduction as to what we can foresee.
Okay,
I mean, hi, guys.
Yeah.
Welcome, you know my day job. And typically a marketing plan, as you look at it, we will look at what the goals of that plan are and what do we need to, what the numbers that we need to hit. We know that now. We know it's feasible, but we know how we need to educate, what we need to educate with. I love your word in reach because that is important. It's important not just for the board, but for everybody within the district to know. So we can build a plan for you. It does take time. We don't do it in advance of hearing what Richard presented tonight, but we'd be happy to build it for you and bring it out. But it will be a sensible mix of community outreach. We've done a lot of one-on-one meetings. I've got to meet with a lot of people over the last month just to kind of, I would have heard from in spite of what Richard said, if I would have heard overwhelmingly from some of the people that I've met with, community leaders, our, electeds, if I would have heard that there was some objection, we would have been talking about that. There was none. There's a great deal of support for the community colleges. There's a great deal of support, particularly within economic development. And, as we know, with our partners here that need a workforce. So we will be looking to educate with a large group of people that this is about creating a workforce, a 21st century workforce and labor, and educating the way that we need to educate now, as opposed to 70 years ago when some of these buildings were built. And so we'll be creating, it will be social media, it will be physical outreach, it will be talking points for you guys to talk about, but we are not going to create the list. The list is what you guys are going to ultimately create. It'll shock you. I might have an opinion, but you're not going to get to hear it unless you ask for it, because it really is up to the district. And do you want something more specific than that, Trustee Torres? Josh is shaking his head no.
I think that's sufficient for this evening. I mean, well,
For me, I mean, I appreciate it. I think it was more of, I'm looking in terms of the district. I was in my mind, I'm thinking the district's running efforts, but it seems like they're going to be hiring, a Mustang marketing perhaps to do the consulting work. It was responded from your perspective. I was waiting to hear from the district and their plan and presenting what it was going to look like, and perhaps saying Mustang marketing is going to be working with us and this is what we're doing. So you address your component, but I was looking from a plan. But it is what it is. I'm not going to belabor this, but I know as we're speaking about a bond and we're looking into, are we moving forward? What does it look like? How much does it cost us? Is this the right time? And so that's it for my points.
Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, it's funny how these board meetings go. We kind of dance around a topic and then it becomes a term. And it seems like in the last 5 minutes, the term is the list, right? So that's been referenced a couple of times. It's up to the district, of course, to develop the list. So I'm wondering within this process, when we, as you said, Chair Perez, we're going to hit the ground running, hopefully with the list, when can we come back and commit to, we'll have that list developed and share with the board and the community at our next board meeting, at this time, a special meeting, something of that nature. That, because when it's ambiguous, it kind of, I struggle a little bit with
Okay,
that.
I'll ask the chancellor to answer that, or his team. For myself, I'm just thinking that until we make the go, no go to proceed, staff has been kind of on hold, as has been our consultant team. And so if they're prepared to give any ballpark figure estimate of when information will start coming to the board, that might be helpful. Chancellor.
So I'll let Dr. Putnam answer that last part of the question. To the question about tomorrow, you get a call. What are we, what's this, 980? 90, almost $1 billion. And what are we doing with that? The real answer to that is we have 3 college facility master plans that if we, and we probably could and probably should at some point, put a number on that. We can get a pretty close estimate what that total need is. It's more than this draft bond amount that we're talking about here. The campus forums that Dr. Putnam referenced is a sense of, trying to get a feel for, can we prioritize these projects through the capital planning process? But now it's a, I don't want to say it's not just an art form, but there's also some work to be done to flesh out those things that we know we have that can be educated and put on in terms of, going out publicly to communicate some of those principles about the 21st century workforce, career and technical education, veterans, and all those other things. How do some of those principles that voters are willing to support, how are they manifested physically in some of the way this money is going to be used? And the other point I want to be a little bit cautious on is keeping that flexibility. This is a long-term project. And so there's a balance between, you want to have enough specificity to get to the principles that we're going to get the support from the voters, but we also want to have flexibility. And we're in that point right now where we're trying to determine what that looks like. My answer to a voter, if it were me, would be, that's the process that we're in now. We know we have this number, say 1.5 billion, whatever the number is of need. And we're working through what those priorities would look like to fit over a 20-year period of time or so, up to that $990 million level, keeping in it some flexibility for some possible changes over time. So I don't know that we're ever going to get to an absolute project list between now and the time we'd actually put this on the ballot. And a discrete list of every single project that's going to be funded over the course of the entire life of the bond.
Okay, can I just do a
Sure.
clarifying question on that? Two things. Is there an expiration of when, if in fact we pass the bond, that the bond funds need to be spent by? No.
No, it took us a while to close out the previous bond. so-
Okay. And then, okay. Well, all right, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, this is, it's a process, and it's a lot's going to be happening in a short period of time. So I would just ask for your understanding and patience. And look, staff knows, the consultant team knows what we need to make the best informed decision ultimately, if we're going to hit that November 24 ballot.
Chair Perez,
Trustee Lichtel.
as we potentially move forward towards the item, calling the question. I think what I'm hearing is, I'm hearing a great deal of eagerness from our fellow board members from the standpoint of what's possible with $990 million. And I understand the idea of seeing that in writing and how beneficial that would be. And I agree with Trustee Chancellor that tomorrow I'll probably run into somebody, a constituent, they may ask the question. And I think the question is, as Chancellor mentioned, we're in that process, but we can also give them, hey, we're talking about infrastructure. We're talking about 70-year-old buildings. What Ms. McKay said related to buildings that were built before the current programs that are housing those programs were even in existence. So we need to update our facilities. And I think that we have to stand on that now and be really patient for the district to do their work and the consulting firms to do their work of gathering the data and the information to bring back to us. So I appreciate what you're saying. And part of me is in the same place from the standpoint, I'm eager to see what's going to happen, what the results are going to be, because people are driven by that. So I think further discussions will happen about what that's going to look like moving forward. But for now, I think the major question that I have, the last question that I have is, we have already hired Mustang Marketing and these other firms to provide support. And we, at a previous meeting, which I think was in December, but I'm not positive now, we did ratify that moving forward. And I asked the question, then I'm going to ask the question again, moving from this point today to our next point, what is our financial commitment? Can we put a number or a ballpark figure on that? What's our next expense going to be before the committee, before information comes back to the board, so that we know how much we're spending? Because again, I'm also hearing from my fellow trustees, call for accountability. We are accountable to our constituents. And, I think it's important for us to know what we're committing to get us to the next step. So if that's possible today, great. If not, if we could get that answer in the next few days, that would be fabulous. It would be helpful tonight since we're calling the question here soon.
I don't have the number in my head.
Yeah, we had,
At that point,
correct me if I'm
Number that
wrong, but
sticks
I
in my
think we've seen
head.
the numbers. It was an iterative process. And so we took action on a number to get us tonight. So
And
that
I think it was
information
in the-
will be provided to us.
Yeah, it was in the $50,000 range. So
yeah,
are
so-
we, is this information only tonight? Or
No.
are we calling the question
We,
to move forward to the next step?
that's
Okay.
exactly right.
And so at this point, we'll do that without those numbers?
Yes. And it's not that we're doing it without those numbers. We just don't have them in front of us tonight. We've seen them before.
Understood.
So,
I had a birthday yesterday, so my,
uh,
starts going. In that case, I will be happy to make a motion that we move forward with a general obligation bond and based on these polling results and go to that next step in investigating the feasibility of that moving forward.
is there a second to that?
Well,
I'll second.
I have a question.
Trustee Chan, well, is there a second first?
We have a,
Yes.
Student trustee seconds, trustee Chancellor.
I'm in support of the theory of this, but on the item 14.02, there's what you're making a motion isn't listed. There is no action.
well,
So-
I hear that and I read that myself.
Yeah.
But it is an action item.
Right.
So there is a call for action on the item itself. And
Right.
so if my motion wasn't clear, I'm happy to,
I don't know what we're voting on because
Well,
we don't have
consider
information to,
continue with campaign seeking general obligation bond on the November 2024 ballot.
it's the last sentence in the background. Continue with the campaign and seeking a general obligation bond on the November 2024 ballot. And I do agree with you, trustee Chancellor, that the item isn't stated in such a way that lends itself to a motion. But I did the best I could.
We are looking for
Yeah.
your support to continue moving
Yes.
forward.
Yes, and I appreciate your question, trustee. I saw the same thing. It is captioned as an action item up above, but it fails to it didn't drop down under the rest of the staff item. So, but we have a motion and a second. Trustee Mantooth, or do you have a last comment here?
I just want to reinforce that, from what I was reading, technically, it says the type of item this is an informational item. Now, I doubt that the district attorney's office is going to call us to task on this, but we've got to be more precise. When staff wants us to take action and give direction, it needs to, we need to cross our Ts and dot our Is. And I don't think this has been done as well as it could have been. That takes nothing away from the fact that I will vote yes on the motion, but still,
Okay,
let's not be sloppy.
okay. With that, I'll call the vote. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstention?
I'm sorry, I gotta abstain. I don't know what I'm voting on. And I'm 100% in support of the idea and moving forward in funds, but we don't have the details of impact and I don't want to say anything else, but thank you.
Okay. All right. Motion carries 3-2. Thank you.
I heard extension.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said, or no. Okay. All right. 3-1-1. So much for being all in on this effort, but thank you. Take a quick 5-minute break. That took a lot of time. It was an important matter, however, so thank you all for your patience and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes or thereabouts. Hey, the words are important. It wasn't sloppy at all. It was a hell of a lot of work. Sloppy had no role in this presentation.
We should have, we should. Yeah. Hey, I'm chagrined. So. Yes.
Well, you better like. Congratulations.
Well, I have.
Yeah, that's great, yeah. Yeah, good time to go. Oh boy, we're gonna have to have another one. We're last night, another one from. Too many people to do in one day. Yeah, we need a lot of staff. And you have a few. Imagine that. Imagine that. You know, I worked for a company, we thought it was a week, so, but we only had 2-legged animals. Hey, good, how are you? Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Yeah, like there are some, let's say employee houses, we don't mention it at all, and they're like, oh, we should. No. And remember, you may not. Even though you're listed longer than. Time to go. Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah, hope so.
Back together. Right. We're, Rick's. Okay, he's behind me. Well, we can begin without him because it's just reports here. Okay.
Okay, moving on to item 5.01, classified Senate President's consultation. Is everyone there? Who wants to lead off, Linda?
Good evening, Board Chair, Trustees, Chancellor, Student Trustee and guest. Linda Resendiz, Moore Park College Classified Senate President. Just consulting on 4.01, welcoming Lauren Ramirez, Mental Health Therapist, and Leo Sun, Student Success and Support Specialist 2. 4.02, congratulations to James Artero on his pending retirement. excuse me. 4.04, congratulations to all newly tenured faculty. And 12.02, just requesting your support in approving the item being presented to you for abolishment and establishment.
Thank you. April.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, and Chancellor McLennan. So today I'd like to start off with 4.01, Acknowledgement of New Employees. I'd like to welcome Guadalupe Barragan, EOP Specialist Outreach at Ventura College, Marisol Luna, Student Outreach Specialist at Ventura College, and I also like to extend a congratulations to all the faculty who earned their tenure track. And that concludes my council report.
Thank you. Satya.
To me, good evening, Chancellor, Trustees, and Student Trustee. Sergio Arana, Oxnard College Classified Senate President. Just on item 4.01, I want to welcome our new employees, Eric Lovato, Information Technology Support Specialist 1, and Maribel Sanchez, Grant Accounting Admin Assistant at Oxnard College. And also congratulations to the newly tenured faculty.
Thank you. 5.02, Academic Senate President's Consultation. Matthew, we see you back there.
Good evening. I'll take these in reverse order. 1603, I had an airtight argument advocating for this item, but it sounds like you already approved. So I'll just say thank you for approving that. 1602 and 1601, I'd just like to say Amanda, Bo, Fidel, Jorge, Julia, Rachel, Shamora, Arturo, Christy, Gregory, Heidi, Mark, and Rosa. That's the future of our institution, and the future is bright. 12.01, Tamara Coleman is the Assistant Dean up for recommendation for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I do think this is a very important role to have somebody exclusively tasked with DEI work at the local level who understands the relations, the interactions that are happening on our campus. So it's good to see that item on the agenda. And then finally, 4.02 retirees. It's sad to see Jerry Mansfield from the English department go. Jerry is a wonderful colleague, and I wish him the best in retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Dolores.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, Student Trustee Figueroa, Chancellor McLennan, and guest. 4.01, Acknowledgement of New Employees. It's an exciting time to have so many new faculty. And so we can be like Moore Park in 4 years and have the long list. Brenda Solis, Celia Rodriguez, Denise Morones, Dylan Altman, who was a part-timer for a long time, Jonathan Payne, who is an alumni. Actually, Denise Morones is also an alumni, Lorena Gautier, Nicholas Papas, and Robert Bollinger. 4.03, happy birthday month to my fellow Aquarians. 10.05, action to approve award of bid 664 Oxnard College roof replacement, the PE building, with nearly 12 active leaks and the increasing occurrence of excessive rain. A roof less than 50 years old is certainly in order, for education in the 21st century. So 12.01, action to approve ratify personnel. I want to welcome Andrew Lefebvre to Oxnard College in the capacity of interim dean of institutional effectiveness. And I also want to extend my congratulations to Tammy Coleman, Moore Park's incoming assistant dean of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Tammy, thank you for all of your steadfast support and efforts to further DEI initiatives on your campus in the communities you've served and in our district and throughout Ventura County. I'd also like to applaud Moore Park College for creating this position of Assistant Dean of DEI, a first within our district. And then 16.03, of course, want to extend congratulations again to all of the newly tenured faculty. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good
Rachel.
evening. Hello. Rachel Johnson, Acting Academic Senate President.
Hello.
I just wanted to, on 16.01 and 16.02, really congratulate all the hard work of Katinka, Zarina, Devana, Erica, Howard, Karen, Manny, Marshall, Nicholas, and Seda, as well as Charlene, Fernando, Jennifer, Jose, Marie, Mary, Mackenzie, Michael, and Monica. They've all been working really hard through tenure, and I think it's incredible that we can honor that. And a special congratulations to Noreen and Nell for all of their hard work in completing the process. We've been really excited about all the hard work that Nell has contributed to her department, and granting tenure early, we're very grateful for. And that is all I have to say in this moment.
Thank you. Item 601, College Associated Student Government Report, Student Trustee.
Judah Robinson from Moore Park College.
Good evening, everyone. Our student government at Moore Park is hosting a Valentine's Day event tomorrow, as well as our Club Rush to encourage student engagement. To join our campus clubs, we'll have free flowers, a photo booth, a safe sex educational event with our health center, and complimentary merchandise to encourage people to register to vote in the upcoming primary election. We also are having various events for Black History Month throughout February, including art, speakers, different educators coming. And our Moore Park College Associated Students has also drafted 2 different resolutions to bring to the Student Senate for California Community Colleges at their annual convention in April. The resolutions have been sponsored by our student government, as well as Region 6 for SSCCC, which includes 9 California community colleges in our area. And the first resolution is for greater visibility for LGBTQIA students across campuses. So our student government is committed to increasing the visibility of our Progress Pride flags across campus, as well as for other community colleges across California. We're also advocating for a Pride Week celebration during our academic calendar, as many students are not on campus during the month of June, which is Pride Month. And so we want to create a space for students to feel celebrated during the academic school year. And our second resolution that we're bringing is for a needs-based parking permit. So our associated students are encouraging California community colleges to expand access to free parking permits to students in need. We're encouraging colleges and college websites to make it simpler for students to obtain discounted or free permits to those in need. This has come from feedback from a lot of students from our district of the increased parking fees since COVID. And many students have raised concerns regarding not being able to afford paying for a parking permit or not knowing how to receive assistance for it. So we're advocating for those 2 resolutions.
Mark Hoff, Ventura College.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and guests. Following knowledge from the Associated Students of Ventura College, we were looking to explore areas of sustainability across the district. So we wanted to address conservation and sustainability efforts. According to the VC Facilities Master Plan from 2017 to 2023, the word sustainability was only mentioned 6 times, and there was no record or data that had provided anything about meeting goals from a consulting plan in 2016. So we aim to revisit and reaffirm these goals, which were last presented, and to ask our colleges and district to confirm these results and to reaffirm their goals. We are also interested in asking for support from Oxnard College, Moore Park College, and from the district trustee board to help facilitate a healthy and collaborative discussion across our district. For internal news, I and Moore Park's president are going to be attending CHEBNA, which is the California Higher Education Basic Needs Alliance. And this is going to happen from February 21st to the 22nd. We are traveling to Sacramento to build and develop knowledge on how to better serve our students in basic needs resource centers. I have the privilege and honor of joining financial aid and basic needs in San Antonio, Texas later this month for the Bellwether Award Conference, and that is to present VC's progress as a top 2% performing basic needs resource center, and we aim to receive an award for our success and development. For some important dates, we celebrated Black History Month at the main campus today on our bookstore quad. We had a great turnout. We had performers known as KNS Rockstars or 90s Babies. We also helped charter Black Student Union and provide resources for our students to help grow and build community. We are looking to have Black History Month at VCEC
This is going to be from 10 a.m. to 1, and that's going to be hosted in the LRC. We will also have Student Life Day at main campus. That's going to be on the 20th of this month. Due to weather conditions, we're looking for it to be indoors. We are also looking towards Women's History Month. That's going to be in March on the 12th from 10 to 1. And then we're also attending 2 conferences, one in Monterey, California for OSSI, and also SSCCC's General Assembly. That's going to be in April. Also, I wanted to address Oxnard College President Kay. She is not in the room, but she wanted me to also address her comment for the night. This was a joint resolution idea for Oxnard, MC, and VC's ASGs. And this is just from her. Due to recent lockdown incidents that had affected campuses within our district, students are interested in drafting a resolution to support the idea of restructuring our current EMS system and its current protocol. This is a direct result from hearing students report that the current EMS system is not reliable and does not sufficiently address safety and our best interests. So we as the associated students are seeking an immediate solution to address this issue and ask that the district take student voice and feedback with the utmost importance and include us in the process when addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I would ask, I know students are busy and they've got a lot going on and everything, but if you can provide the board with a copy of your, it seems like you were reading, because a lot of information there, and I'm sure we all want to follow up or make sure that you had some requests there of different colleges and even of the board. So it'd be helpful for me, I know, if you could provide us with a copy of that. Thank
Yes,
you.
of course. Thank you, Mr. Press.
Student trustee.
So in January, I attended the effective trusteeship conference with the CCLC. It was a really great conference. I enjoyed it. I got a lot of information. I went to a few workshops. Some of the ones that I enjoyed the most were how to better collaborate with Academic Senate and with the board. I also learned more about Brown Act, but the workshop that I took in the most was the student leadership panel. I got to listen to them speak on how difficult it is to be a student leader, and how different their backgrounds are. Some of these student leaders are homeless, low income, immigrants. There's a lot of diversity within our student leaders, and it's hard for it's so much time you put into the work that we want to do. We want to create change and develop, make a better education pretty much for all. And if we can all support our student leaders better, because we do have limited resources. We want to be there, we do, but sustaining ourselves is hard. Most of us can't do that. And if the district and the colleges can better support our student leaders, that'd be great. I know you already do, but more would be helpful. I also attended the National Legislative Summit with the AECCT, and that was really awesome. I got to listen to other student trustees from other states, and that was very eye-opening for me. I got to talk with Congressman Carbajal, and I briefly met with Congresswoman Brownlee, and I got to advocate on behalf of our students. During this conference, I did attend a workshop that emphasized financial literacy for students. I know we have financial literacy workshops on campus, but we don't have a set class embedded as an A through G requirement, which I do think our students would benefit because we don't know how to build credit, budget. We don't know how to invest. I think it'd be very beneficial. Most of our childhood and adulthood, no one's teaching us these things. We need more support in that, And I think it's investing in their future as well. So having that class will enrich all of us for the better. And that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you. 603 AFT report. Lydia.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, trustee, chancellor, and guests. Is this okay? Congratulations to our faculty who have earned tenure. It is an honor and it is a awesome thing to do. Our negotiation team has reached an agreement for the 24-25 calendar, and we are asking the board to please approve it under section 12.05. We have submitted the newest distance ed side letter, which extends the time for recertification training. We are waiting for the district's response. In terms of the compressed calendar negotiation, we have met with the district twice and received their proposal. Our team has met several times, and we are preparing our proposal. Our next meeting is for February 23rd. And then Teresa Baham, one of our co-chiefs, has submitted the request to reopen Article 3, and Laura Barroso has confirmed receipt. Our negotiation team for that, it consists of Paula Munoz from Ventura and Angela Wilkins from Moore Park, and Teresa's from Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you. SEIU report.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. Maria Urenda on behalf of SEIU for the report for tonight. We had a steward council meeting last week with our team, and we had training on grievances and evaluations. We also had union meetings, or we are having union meetings this week, which have so far been well attended. We had Oxnard College on Monday. Today we had Ventura College, and tomorrow will be Moore Park, and then Thursday will be our district office. Again, just meeting with our members and engaging is very valuable in the feedback that they provide to us. We also are meeting next week. Our bargaining team is getting together. It's that time again, right? So we have a reopener coming. So we are going to use that time next week to prepare. With that said, we did submit our notice to the district, to VCHR Barroso, with a notice of reopener for wages and benefits. And so we look forward to meeting again. That'll be on the agenda for March. And thank you.
Thank you. Classified Senate report. I'll let you all just go down the line again.
Okay, thank you. Good evening once again. Last month on January 31st, we held our annual classified prioritization process. Our classified prioritization committee reviewed 48 positions that were submitted through the annual program plan process. These classified position requests were reviewed and ranked. The results of the ranking will be presented to our classified senate next week at our meeting, and then the list will be forwarded to our college president for his final review and consideration. Our Senate is also moving forward with the Caring Campus efforts. We have been holding meetings since last month and this month, making final decisions on our branding. And we'll be providing updates to our campus with an eventual full launch in the fall of 2024. And lastly, we held our spring 2024 Classified Senate Board elections, and the voting closed today. And we are compiling the results, and they will be presented to our Senate on next week. And I will gladly report the results at my report next month. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. So our Ventura College classified report is short. So this month, the end of last month, we wrapped up our classified ranking prioritization, and I think we had over 50 that we reviewed. And so we are still working to figure out all the different rankings that we did. This next week, we actually have our Lunch and Learn, which is our ongoing PD efforts for all the classified employees on our campus. And our theme is Caring Campus and also highlighting our LEAP division, just to get an update on what's the project that they're working on. And then the past couple of weeks or almost a month, we've been working on our candygrams. So some of you folks here at the district may have already received something sweet from a fellow colleague from Ventura College, and also other campuses will also be receiving candygrams from also colleagues from Ventura College. This is an effort that we do to raise money for our trust account. Our goal is to also increase classified professionals professional development funds for them to go to conferences. So our efforts are to increase our trust funds. We had over 50 people submit requests for over, I think the highest person that submitted candygrams was like 50. So it was awesome. And during Flex Day, classified PD professional development offered 2 sessions, a AM session and a PM session on Flex Day to go over the Vision Resource Center and just kind of identify the different things that are available on that website. And then that's it. Thank you.
Good evening again. Quick report for Oxnard College Classified Senate. We had our February meeting earlier this morning, our first meeting of the year. So we had a lot of committee updates and campus updates on that meeting. We also held a Valentine's Day fundraiser with Caring Grams to also support our trust account and to help support our PD and scholarship opportunities. And we will also be working on our upcoming board elections. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Academic Senates. We're going to start in reverse order. Okay.
We're going to mix things up. Hello again. So the Senate has started working on evaluating our bylaws and constitution at Ventura College to address inconsistencies across our guiding documents. We're also starting work that looks at small programs and career ed programs who don't always have the opportunity to engage in leadership roles without major impact to their programs, building off of the resolution that was passed in fall 2023. Faculty this week have participated in 3 separate listening sessions around the bond that was discussed tonight. The consensus so far from faculty perspective that we are hearing, from my perspective at least, is that the biggest thing is addressing major safety and health concerns, addressing student comfort, and really thinking about our classrooms for the 21st perspective of learning, and really making sure that our classrooms are meeting the needs of where our students will be going in the future. A couple of things to highlight on campus. Our Project SAIL HSI STEM grant has begun the first faculty diversity internship program. There are 9 interns being processed in HR beginning this semester. The program trains and prepares interns interested in teaching at the community college. An intent of this program is to increase the pool of potential candidates that reflect the diversity of our student population. Our HSI STEM grant leaders are very excited to have them start. We have faculty leading preparation for 2 very important events, our 8th annual Diversity and Culture Festival, as well as our VC LGBTQ+ community club is working with Moore Park and Oxnard for their 2nd Lavender graduation ceremony that they're really excited to get the word out about. Last but not least, our Academic Senate has been having active conversations around the support of East Campus and supporting the Santa Paula community. The Senate would like to restate our position regarding the land purchase. As previously stated in the spring 2023 VCAS resolution, the Senate reaffirms support for continued work in the Santa Clara Valley and expansion of programs and services offered, but does not support approval of the current funding proposal as presented at the DCAS meeting or on the reserve spending, as the Ventura College Administration Initiative continues to neglect faculty input that is not accurate representation of the realities facing a challenge such as this. Just to note, though, to this statement, since it was written, there has been a work group formed at Ventura College, and we are In the beginning stages of meeting, having a true representation of programmatic needs at East Campus will take a lot of work by the committee to understand the intricacies of programmatic implementation. Having spent my entire career in classrooms and supporting quality educator practice, it is important in order for us to have effective teacher-student interactions, our programs need to have intentional planning within their environment, and the environment and programmatic needs have to be met before a teacher can be effective. At the end of the day, the faculty support the growth of Santa Paula community programming, but it has to be intentionally planned and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we continue, I just want to say I offered some comments on the submitted Academic Senate report for Ventura College, but I mislabeled it. So maybe you didn't get it yet. So I want to apologize for that little bit of sloppiness on my part.
And having this be my first time, any feedback is greatly appreciated.
Thank you. So OC Academic Senate has concluded its review of the APs on hiring and recruitment, as well as the one on academic freedom. We also reviewed changes to Title V, Section 55061 through 62, and passed a proposal from our campus GE committee for a new VCCCD GE pattern. While the new Title V GE pattern contains 21 units, our district currently has 29 units. The OC Academic Senate accepted the GE committee's proposal of a 24-unit minimum. The proposal has been shared at DCCI and is now free to move about the district. We are moving along. We are looking forward to supporting several of our Senate Executive Council members, faculty members at large, and senators to attend the ASCCC Spring Plenary, as well as the ASCCC Faculty Leadership Institute. We are also in the process of selecting or announcing and selecting 3 faculty members to send to the Great Teachers Summit put on by the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges Education Institute at the end of July. OC Academic Senate will continue to support and advocate for all students and LGBTQ plus students in particular via projects such as LGBTQ faculty allies, which include efforts such as the use of an ally syllabus statement, supporting the Rainbow Cafe and Resource Center and sharing their events and activities, the use of ally door signs. This new initiative is timely as the rainbow flag on our newest campus mural was recently vandalized. I'm happy to report, though, through swift collaboration between administration, faculty, staff, and students, the mural was quickly repaired. Alumni originally painted the mural, and students, current students, are the ones who conducted the repainting and repairs to the beautiful mural. I also want to highlight that American College Health Association's National College Health Survey campus data revealed shocking disparities on our campus. For example, our cis male students had a positive suicide screen rate of 17%. Cis female students had a positive rate of 20%. So those are not good on their own. But when comparing them to transgender and gender nonconforming students, the rate was 48%. Additionally, suicide attempts were 2.2 times higher than their cisgendered peers. So I want to thank those who are mentioning this student population and community population in their reports tonight. I want to thank those who are involved in a district-wide work group who is planning the 2nd annual Lavender graduation, as well as the students, faculty, staff, and administrators working to plan Pride during the school year and in summer, the flag raising events in the summer. Also a major shout out to OC students from OC's Rainbow Cafe, several of whom are also part of our ASG and TRIO programs. They're working with folks from Diversity Collective to host Pride Prom on the OC campus this spring. Pride Prom offers Ventura County's LGBTQIA plus youth a safe and inclusive space to celebrate themselves and their peers while taking part of this milestone event. And I want to close out by sharing that our new theater faculty member, Nicholas Papas, who just started in January, has jumped in and taken the helm of OC Live. He kicked off the spring 24 season with an interview with screenwriter and director Ryan Koo, Ku's screenplay for Amateur, so that's the name of the film. Actually, that's the name of the short, and then it became a film. Was selected for the Sundance Screenwriters Lab, received Sundance's first Asian American Fellowship, as well as many other honors. The evening included a conversation about the process of kickstarting a film, turning a short into a smash hit feature film for Netflix. We were able to watch the short, watch the trailer for the full-length film. Vulture called the basketball film a scrupulously researched defense of players' rights, that is, the rights of the working class. And then to conclude, I'd like to invite everyone to our next OC Live. It's next Tuesday. It will not last as long as tonight's meeting. So February 20th, OC will welcome back Ballet Napantla with Nacimiento. Ballet Napantla examines pre-Hispanic rituals and the impact of colonization on the Americas. Nacimiento showcases their groundbreaking fusion of contemporary ballet with traditional Mexican ballet folklorico. OC Live is free and open to the community, so please join us in the OC PAB next Tuesday at 6 p.m. Thank you so much.
Ballet Napantla is on my calendar, so I'll see you then. It's a powerful performance. I saw it last year.
Good evening. I just have three quick comments. First, the LGBTQIA plus comments that have been stated before were all well said. I don't have anything to add. That they were all well said. Second, the GE pattern that was put forward by Oxnard College and sent to DCCI, our institution is looking at it now. It's with our curriculum committee, and we've checked in with ASMC and are waiting feedback from them. And finally, the DE recertification work group met with the IDTs and administration. I think we're moving in a positive direction. But one thing that came out of that meeting is we simultaneously need more time and don't have time. So whatever the status of the extension side letter is, we need more time. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. 607, President's Report. Who wants to lead off? Julius.
Okay. Good evening, board chair, trustees, student trustee, and guests. First of all, I would like to say a very big congratulations to the faculty members that received tenure from Moorpark College. Tenure is a grueling process. It is the beginning of the foundation of a professional ethic. And I want to thank those individuals who were involved in serving on the tenure committee and supporting our tenure candidates, but also congratulate those individuals who have just received tenure. They are the future of Moorpark College and the future of this college district, and it's great to have them on our team. We did receive feedback from the California State Universities around our baccalaureate degree program. As you know, we have the baccalaureate degree program in biomanufacturing that was approved and that we will start offering this coming fall semester. You should know the first two students who were officially admitted into the program were officially admitted on Friday. So we have two students who've accepted the program and they'll be starting the program in the fall. There's this class of 24 students that we are looking to fill. So 22 more students to go. But we're very excited and really excited about those first two that have been accepted and admitted into the program. In terms of the baccalaureate program, as you also probably remember, we got some objections to our baccalaureate degree program in cybersecurity from the CSUs. Initially, we did not get feedback as to why, other than the statement that it's a duplication of programs that are offered at those CSUs. On Friday, we did receive from the CSU Chancellor's Office 9, I guess, documentation articulating in a variety of ways the reason why they believe that our program is a duplication of effort. Our faculty in CNSE, our industry partners, Vice President of Academic Affairs are now going through those duplication allegations and addressing them concretely. And our hope is that as we were successful the last time around with the biomanufacturing, that we will be successful this time around with the cybersecurity allegations of duplication. We do want to be very clear that these programs are not duplications, actually. They're very different. They're applied baccalaureate degrees, and the programs that are at the CSUs are not. But we're excited. We also know that at this point in time, we have a wait list already for students who are interested in the CNSC baccalaureate degree. So our hope is that with the work that we'll be doing in responding to the duplication allegations, plus the work that we're doing with our elected officials and trying to get the message out to our elected officials in the state of California, that we need these baccalaureate degrees to meet the mission of not only of the community college, but to meet the need in our service area, that will be successful. So we're looking forward to that. This is Black History Month, and Moorpark College has begun our Black History Month celebration. We had Dr. Khalid White from the Bay Area talk to our faculty and our staff about the experience of Black faculty and administrators in California community colleges. He's the author of a video and a book called Black Voices from the Ivory Tower, and he was on campus last week to speak to that experience, and very well attended workshop. And we also have Wilson Utonga, who is a faculty member at Portland Community College. He's a refugee from Burundi, who is now, as I said, a faculty member at a community college in Portland, testified to his experience growing up in a refugee camp and migrating to the US, and now in the position of being able to be an instructor at a community college in the United States. We've heard back from the Aspen College Excellence Program. All three of us actually have heard back from the Aspen College Excellence Program, and that we are eligible for the semifinalist status. So Moorpark College has been invited for an interview on March 6th. It's a virtual interview. They interviewed the college president and 2 other individuals. And so we're looking forward to that interview on March 6th. And they go from 150 to about 30 to 10. And then obviously the Aspen Prize winning institution. So we're looking forward to that opportunity. They just sent us our data points that they would like to review and discuss during that interview on March 6th. So we're excited about that. We had a Stop the Bleed training last week. And we're very excited about the fact that about 60 people participated in that Stop the Bleed training. As you know, there's 3 things you need to know so as to stop somebody from bleeding to death. We had our community members learn how to address a situation where life might be at stake. I would also like to say a very big thank you to both board Chair Perez and Trustee Little for joining us on January the 31st when Senator Henry Stern was on campus. Senator Stern wanted to learn more about what the campus is doing around issues about anti-Semitism on campus. So he came on campus, spoke with our students. A very big thank you to our student government leadership who articulated their experience on the campus, asked very good questions. And I think we made a very good impression, not only on Senator Stern and his staff, but he got a chance to see what the college values and how those values are presented in the experiences of our students. I think that is it for me. Yes, I've covered all of us. Thank you so much.
Oscar.
Good evening. First of all, I want to start by also congratulating our newly tenured faculty. So we're really excited for all the possibilities, all the things they're going to contribute to our campus and our district. So congratulations. And it was beautiful to see their families here today. I want to note that at the top of my report, I recently published an op-ed in the Ventura County Star to really celebrate the great things that are happening in Oxnard College and the district. So I want to make sure that we continue doing that, really showcase as a district what we're doing to impact our local community. And with that said, on February 27th, I was asked by a county supervisor to provide a moment of inspiration. It's about 10 minutes of inspiration that I'll provide to the county supervisors, and I'm going to focus on our students. I've selected 3 students who have just amazing lives and everything they've gone through just to get to Oxnard College and complete their studies. So I want to celebrate those students and showcase just the wonderful impact that we have on our communities and students. As Julius mentioned, we were also selected for the next stage of Aspen, and I believe they only reached out to approximately 25, 30 institutions. So for 3 colleges in one district to make it to that top 25, top 30, I think is very significant. We're probably the only district that has this honor. So I know we're going to represent very well. And our meeting is on March 7th. So we're really looking forward to it. This is our first time. So we're kind of leaning on our big brother over here at Julius and Moore Park College to kind of figure out how to prepare for this. And we're hoping that we get selected for that top 10. So we have a lot to celebrate as a district and as a campus. One thing I also want to mention that as a result of Aspen, we were also selected to be a part of their transfer intensive initiative. So we will be partnered with Kelsey Channel Islands. We're bringing our teams together to really look at our transfer rates. How can we remove barriers for our students? And as part of this, President Yao and I will be meeting, the president of Kelsey Channel Islands will be meeting multiple times during the semester to ensure that we have a shared vision for transfer. So we're going to have a data coach. We'll have someone who's guiding us in those conversations. So I'm really looking forward to that. And just the other thing I want to mention is thank you so much for allowing us to continue with the bond. As I recently recovered from the storms, we had a lot of leaky roofs like Ventura and Moore Park. Many of our facilities really need an upgrade. So thank you so much for continuing that bond conversation and planning. And I'll see you in Nepantla.
All right. You have
you.
my seats.
There you go.
Kim.
All right, good evening. I will make this brief. President Huff, our student body president, listed a lot of things that they do in collaboration with the college, and I just appreciate everything. The celebration of Black History Month is very important to us. And one of the nice things he mentioned, the ASAI conference, which stands for Alliance of Hispanic Serving Institution Educators. And we have 4 or 5 students that will be attending and presenting as well at that conference. So it's very exciting. We also have a deanless ceremony, and that is on February 29th. I hope that you'll be able to come. It's one of my favorite events on campus because we have it in our gym, and students bring their families, and their parents and their siblings are so excited to see their accomplishments, and it really is a big deal. So we'll make sure you get the invitation to that, and I hope you'll be able to join us. The other things I wanted to talk about, we also have some student athletes to be proud of. We have a women's basketball alumni, Kaylee Gallick. She graduated in 23, and she was named one of the All-State All-Sport Awards, and it's one of the most prestigious awards by the 3C2A, California Community Colleges Athletic Association. And she will be attending that conference in March, and we're really excited to recognize her. We also are volleyball team and men's tennis team were named California 3C2A state scholarships teams. We also, and they actually won, we had a alumni that played for the Chiefs, Jalen Watson, and he graduated in 2018. So we're excited about his win. Another thing is we're trying to advance our DEI work on campus. We know that hiring, particularly hiring of our faculty, is really important in diversity. So Regina Steinbeck Stroud is working with us to consult, and she's conducting 3 workshops that we've opened up to HR, and we're going to record them also so that the other campuses can benefit as well. But they're talking about the role of employees in hiring and the value of hiring diverse employees, and how to recruit and outreach for diversity, questions to ask candidates, to understand their ability to teach students of color, and also looking at implicit bias and how to mitigate that. So those are another exciting things. As mentioned by my colleagues, the Aspen Prize, this is the third time that I'm aware of that we've advanced to the interview phase. So maybe it's our turn to be also in the top 10. I'd like to, wouldn't that be fabulous? So it's really, that really is huge. And I love saying that to our community because it's with pride that I don't think they really understand the immense value and high standards of education that our community colleges offer. And this is just one of the examples. Last but not least, I want to congratulate our tenure faculty and all of our faculty that have advanced to their next contract in their process. I wouldn't, Julie's described it as grueling. I wouldn't describe it necessarily as that. I hope it's supporting and a good learning experience, and it just really helps our faculty acclimate to our system, our college, and to our students so they can better serve them. So that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Okay. Just a quick comment, a lot of great activities and a lot of great visitations, either outside of the college campus or you bring people on, as you mentioned with Henry Stern. And the board does get a list of campus events that are happening, but there's a lot more that sometimes doesn't come our way. And I would just ask each of you as the leaders of your campus and even the chancellor as well, to try to make sure that we board members are made aware of opportunities to join you. And again, this kind of feeds into the earlier discussion about, we have connections with the community as well, and we want to help share the great stories that's going on at the campuses. So thank you. Trustee Torres.
Thank you for mentioning DEI. And actually, that's one of the areas that I've realized we do the work, but we're no longer mentioning. There was a time in 2020, we talked a lot about it. And so, and I love that you're still discussing, you're being very specific in how it's being addressed. As I listened to also the reports from the Academic Senate, I think it was with Ms. Ortiz Oxnard College, our students and their needs, and as the board, we had a very lengthy conversation and we talk about the infrastructure, which is definitely needed. But as I was listening about what do our students need? What is it that they want? Where is it that you want this investment, our board conversations to take place? And as I was listening to those numbers, and I thought our students are coming to school, but they're having thoughts of wanting to kill themselves. And I started thinking about what can we do now? Because to me, listening to that, literally it brought tears to my eyes. And I'm going to say babies because I see for myself, the students, not that they're babies, but they do rely on us to be able to provide them with the education, but also the social emotional support that they need. And when we start thinking about, reflecting, my hope is that we take some time to spend as much time as we do with the bond, which is important work, the infrastructure, but also with our students. Where are you socially, emotionally in that aspect, and how can we support you? What does it look like? And have a lengthy conversation of what we're doing and what additionally can we do to support you both in your academics, but also in your well-being. And I listened to those numbers, and I know we have student representatives here, and you're here and you're the leadership. And I'm going to say I miss seeing students. Sometimes they were coming more to the board meetings, and I try as much as I can at times to get to the campus. It is, and I'm speaking out to the students, it is difficult at times for me to get out there because of my work. But I do, as the leadership, know that the board, we love you very much. And I'm going to say the word love because we were elected to come and represent your needs. We are your voice. The board represents you. It is you. And I'd love for you to have more opportunities to discuss, listen to what we're talking about. I will tell you as a trustee of one, if students are telling me, Trustee Torres, I need you to support this, I'm going to support that. That's who I listen to. If you ever come up, and I know for all of us, but I will tell you for myself, you tell me, I need you to vote on this. This is what we need. That's where I'm going to stand. And we all want you to be healthy. We want you to be well. The board loves you. We were elected to represent you. And feel free to come and let us know in terms of how students are doing mentally. If they're stressing, what are the stresses? What are the needs? You've been entrusted to do this work. And so we'd love to be able to maybe at some point have you do a presentation perhaps to us, to the board.
Trustee Torres,
And I'm sorry.
I may.
And I know, and I will be brief.
Well, it's not a matter of being brief. It's
and
a
I-
matter of your sidetracking.
I
the
know,
agenda item
I
was
just,
reports from the college.
I understand that,
There will
Chair
be
Pettis, I
time
understand
on
that,
the
but
agenda for you to offer your comments.
I understand. I just wanted to, I think it was the students that was addressing it to them. And so my intent was not to sidetrack, but it was, I listened to, to Kim's report in terms of DEI, and I didn't want to forget the academic senate piece. So with that, I'll end my comments. But again, students, anything that you need, please let us know.
Thank you. That takes us to board committee reports and Trustee Torres. Past committee.
So we met as the past committee on February 1st. And you have the report in front of you. Really what the conversation was, it's page 93. You're welcome. And you have the minutes in front of you. And so really what our conversation took place was the accreditation. And we talked about, there was policies that we reviewed and we were in support, both Trustee Lichto and I, who are the members of the past committee. And so, but the majority of our conversation really took place in terms of the accreditation and looking at the report from the board, deciding on how are we going to address it. We are going to be very involved in the process. And so both Trustee Lichto and I are going to be looking at areas and in terms of board development. And so our chancellor is also going to be within PASS. And so we decided that as a PASS committee would be able to take this, since it's under our charge, to start looking at what that would look like. We talked about a couple of areas that were noted in the ICER's report. As you can see, there was some dialogue that took place. We were kind of trying to understand what were the concerns and what were we going to address as a board and what was this next steps. So we took a little bit of time to just kind of do a skeleton of it. And Trustee Lichto and I will be meeting to kind of look more into the details and then present a plan to the board, so the board can give us some input and saying this looks pretty good, and give us some additional ideas. Trustee Lichto, anything that might be missing?
The date and making the meeting happen. So thank you for that. And I guess any comments that I have related to our past committee meeting really relate to the accreditation. So I'll reserve that until that time.
Thank you. With that, then Administrative Services Committee. Who chaired that? Okay.
Well, Trustee Chancellor and I are co-chairs of that committee. And this time it was my privilege to preside at our meeting on January 25th. The copy of the draft minutes are in the packet for your perusal. And we took up a number of disparate items, including non-resident tuition, selected personnel issues, as well as tenure advancement and tenure approval. Trustee Chancellor, do you have anything to add?
No, I just, we did go into detail in regards to 5.02 on that agenda, which for tonight is 12.03, and that is the action to approve the establishment of graphic designer position, and some information was going to come at that item for tonight. So I look forward to discussing that when that's pulled from the consent. And then the other one was in regards to tenure. That was it.
Great. Thank you. That brings us to item 7, the consent calendar. And before we move forward, I misspoke earlier in the evening. Item 12.06 was not pulled from the consent calendar. Instead, it was moved to just before 1605. So another little bit of sloppiness on my part. I apologize to my colleagues. Speaking of which, item 1402, the general obligation bond measure, that was before us at the agenda setting meeting, and none of us caught it at that time. So I'll bear my share of culpability on another bit of sloppiness, for which I apologize to my colleagues. Thank you. So is there a motion for the consent calendar?
Sure.
I have trust.
2 items I'd like to pull.
Yes, sir. And which are they?
10.02 and 12.03.
I'm sorry, the second one?
12.03.
Any others from anyone else?
Yeah, I have two items as well.
They are,
10.04 and 12.01.
okay. Then, is there a motion then to approve the consent calendar except for items 10.02, 10.04, 12.01, and 12.03?
Second.
Trustee Mantooth moves, trustee Lichtel seconds. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? All right, 10.02. Trustee Chancellor.
There was one purchase order in regards to the CCLC subscription services. I believe it's a purchase order for roughly $90,000. It seems to be reoccurring, and I'll make comment of it in a future and ask for a future report, but I'm not really looking for a report. I just have some questions in regards to our relationship with the CCLC non-conference wise or non-legislative assistance, but in the library subscription, however it's mentioned. So that I just have a quick request on what we're getting for those numerous expenditures. So with that, I'll move to make a motion to approve 10.02.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Torres seconds. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No abstentions? 10.04.
Yeah, first of all, thank you to the staff for providing information. I was a little late asking my questions this week, so I apologize, or this month, but I did get the information that I needed. And just so I understand, this is about $158,000 item that I think it's at Ventura College, that we're not going through the competitive bid process on. Is that correct? Okay. And so just to be clear, that's the reason I asked the additional questions and for an itemized sheet, if you will, of all the items, what that would look like, because we didn't go through that bid process, and it's a pretty large amount of money. From my standpoint as a board member, it's good just to be able to see what it is specifically that we are purchasing. I know that in the item, it speaks to a Surface Pro laptop, which I didn't see in the bid itself, or maybe I just missed it in there. I mean, little items like that. So maybe in the future, if this happens again, more information to the board may be helpful. And so with that, I move that we approve item 10.04 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Chancellor? Seconds. Student trustee, how do you
Aye.
vote? Aye. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you. 12.01.
Yeah, I believe that's mine.
Yep.
I had a question about at Moore Park College, the Assistant Dean of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Is that an assistant dean position, or is that an assistant to a dean who does that position? So it's an assistant dean position, and this is the only individual that would be working in the DEI realm. Thank you. That's a great answer, actually. But is this the individual that is the point person on the
Julius.
campus? So in other words, there's not a because the way it read, my question was, if this person is the assistant dean of DEI, is there a dean of DEI? And I think what you're saying is no, that's not the case. Okay, thank you for that. And Chair, with that, I will move to approve this item as submitted.
And is there a second? Trustee Torres seconds. Thank you. Student trustee?
Aye.
Aye. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. No abstentions. Thank you. 12.03, Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you. In our admin services, this position was discussed, and one of the questions I had was, do the other colleges have graphic designer positions? And if there was going to be a response from that. And I didn't see it in the analysis notes or position overview.
Is anyone, Chancellor, anyone prepared to answer that?
Well, we did talk about it extensively, at cabinet. I guess I'd let this one is for Ventura. I guess let Oxnard and Moore Park talk about how they organize that work.
I'm drawing a blank on the specific title of the position that we use now, that oversees graphic design and marketing and website coordinator, that does some of our graphic design. I know that is in our prioritization, so it hasn't been approved yet, but that is a request to do a 40% graphic designer.
So at Moorpark College, we have a marketing design and website coordinator position, and that position, currently the person in that position has training and skills in web design as well as in graphic design. And so they meet the needs of the college through that.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. One of the questions that was also posed is, do we have at the district leadership level a graphic designer at the district? And then my other question is, do we still have a current vacancy for director of marketing or marketing currently right now at the district level?
Dr. Herrera.
We do have a vacancy at this time. And we have marketing outreach and web design coordinators that include, it's kind of a very extensive responsibility, which includes graphic design.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, and that last question wasn't in the admin services, but believe it or not, it came to me when reviewing the bond materials, how important that position probably is. And I'll make comments about that later in board reports. But with that, I'll make a motion to approve 12.03.
Second.
Trustee Lichtel seconds. Thank you. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you. Okay, that takes us to board policies, item 1301 and 1302 are and 1304 are simple reaffirmations of existing board policies. Is there
Chair Perez,
trustee Lichtel?
may I move that we approve 13.01 through 13.04 because they are affirmations unless there's any objection from any board members? That would be my motion.
Oh, I'll second that.
Okay, 1301 through 4. I'm sorry.
1301 through 1304.
04 through 1304. Motion to approve by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Mantooth. Student trustee?
Aye.
Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you. All right, 1305, action to approve BP 5030 fees. That's a revision. And with those revisions, trying to recall, they're listed there in front of us. Is there?
As I recall, those were mandated or.
This particular one is to cover our baccalaureate degree
Right.
program fees.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. So in that case, move to approve 1305 as submitted.
And trustee Torres seconds. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you. And 1306, action to approve BP 5035 withholding of student records. Did I? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Pass, and it's again just something we needed to include, which actually affords more protection to the student. So with this, I make a motion to approve BP 5035.
Second.
And student trustee seconds. Can I presume how you'll vote? Student trustee?
Aye.
Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Thank you. Okay, 1401, action to approve regular voting membership to the Community College Governing Board for the California Association of Latino Community College Trustees and Administrators. I brought that forward to the board and it's pretty straightforward. I think you're all
I'll move
familiar.
approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved by trustee Mantooth, seconded by our student trustee. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
And board, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Thank you.
I did have a question. I apologize.
Oh,
Who-
sure.
Who would be our representative on this? Do we have a rep on this?
Well, actually, you'll all be able to vote if you show up at the,
Thank you very much.
okay. Thank you.
15.01.
Yes, we did 1402. And 1501, action to approve the 2024-25 non-resident tuition rate of $397 per unit and the non-resident student capital outlay surcharge fee of $15 per unit for a total of $412 per unit effective fall 2024. And there was there added comment or discussion from this item?
No, only that we recognize that there was no change in
Right.
these fees from the prior year. And with that, I would move approval.
Okay.
Second.
Student trustee seconds. If there are no questions or comments, all student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you. 1601, action to approve tenure track second contract recommendations for listed faculty.
Chair Perez, I would like to make a motion to approve 1601 and 1602 together.
Thank
Second.
you. And trustee Lichtel seconds.
With a comment, if I may. This is another
Sure.
item that I had questions about. And again, I appreciate staff getting a lot of information to me in a real hurry. That was very helpful. So thank you. Multi-layered, very different than what I'm accustomed to. So it was great to see everything that our staff has to accomplish in order to get to the point where they are gaining tenure. And I think it's a solid program and certainly validates the work that they're doing.
Agonizing as well, I heard tonight.
Fruitful.
Grueling, okay.
Rewarding.
See, we listened to you, right? So. Okay, 1605 has been pulled. That brings us then to 12
We have to
point.
take a vote on 1601 and.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Student trustee,
Aye.
board of trustees,
Aye.
all in
Aye.
favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. 1206 is an action to adopt resolution 2024-02, declaration of indefinite compensation for retroactive pay adjustments for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Chair Perez, this appears to be a procedural matter. I will recommend approval as well as at the conclusion of this vote, a 5-minute break.
Okay. And you're correct, it is procedural.
And I'll second with a question, and that question being, is that part of the consent calendar and was that pulled?
That's where I misspoke earlier.
Okay,
I said it was pulled, but in fact, I should have said it was just reordered in the agenda.
got it. And you said that and I apparently wasn't
Okay.
listening, but I'll second the motion.
All righty. With that, student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Okay, 5-minute break. Okay, thank you, everyone. We will reconvene at item 17.01, accreditation final reports. Chancellor. Yes. Ah. Yeah, that was pulled. That's right. Yeah. I'm sorry, I did that, early, but I thought I restated it. All right, 1701, accreditation final reports. Chancellor.
Your reviewing pleasure, the three reports, the final reports in your packet. This discussion did occur at the past committee. And so I will summarize by saying that we did very well at the colleges, and we look forward to future opportunities to work together as a team. And I'll close it there.
Okay, and I want to add my congratulations to the colleges for their report. And with that, okay, you presented the past committee report. You mentioned some things that the committee will be looking into. Is there any other comment or questions from the board on this particular item? Okay.
Thank you, Chair President. So I was pretty pointed at at our past committee meetings, having experience with the accreditation process in the past. I was eager to see the actual final report and was really pleased to read all of the recommendations put forward. And really validating what happened in colleges. That was very cool. And then it was unfortunate to read, and I use the word dismay, and to read comments related to the board of trustees. Thank you. That was it was quite concerning for me that, and I think at the past committee, I apologize to our district and site staff because I felt like the board, as a board, I think we let you down, quite frankly. I think that you deserved a better report. And the one item that is consistently noted in all three of those reports that kept us from getting a longer term accreditation, because I don't think really it's a scale. I think it's a process, and I think it's a continuum that you're on. And you deserve to have that 7-year with, maybe a review, but maybe not. And so I think that as a board, we need to take time to really be reflective on our role as board members individually and as a group, and do better. Because at this point, if I understand the process properly, in 18 months, there'll be another review. And at that point, if that committee deems that the board is not on track where it needs to be with the goals and the standards as set forth, then there could be sanctions at that point, if I understand the process right. And that would be obviously very detrimental to the district. So I'm committed to do my part in moving that forward, however we can and have to come together as a board and to address the items that were addressed. Chiefly, and the one that is common throughout is really allowing our chancellor the opportunity to do the job that he needs to do and supporting that work. And I'm certainly committed to that. So I did share my thoughts with my fellow board members in an email to each of them, which there was no responses, so it wasn't a Brown Act violation. But I did want to provide that to them, and I shared those same sentiments at the past committee as I'm doing now. And I just think we need to do better. And again, I apologize to the staffs and across the board, and from my common term is onward. So from here, this point forward, we need to move forward, and we need to have that onward type of mentality and somehow come together But again, sometimes I scratch my head and I wonder, on our actions, and those do have consequences. And again, tonight I have to say that I kind of witnessed the same thing. So I'm hoping that we have some time to reflect together as a group, which I've been calling for. It sounds like we're moving in that direction. The chair of the past committee, Ms. Torres, I thought was going to maybe share some of the information that we had discussed at the past committee meeting. But if it's okay with you, I'll share some of the topics that we discussed and how we discussed those items as far as the next steps.
Yes. So when I asked if there was anything you wanted to add, it's also an opportunity for you to kind of share. At least my style is to be able to also give the other trustee the opportunity to share.
I appreciate that. And as I said, I felt it was more appropriate under here, in this item here. But these are the things that we discussed with the chancellor that, to me, make sense in moving forward. And I think it's important for us to really seek an outside collaborator or somebody that can facilitate some board study sessions that can work with us and kind of figure out where that middle ground is, so we can all work towards that. Because I think it exists, because I have a lot of respect for everyone on the dais here. I think all capable, but we're just sometimes not operating as a team. And I think that's a really important piece. I think the first thing we need to do, and as the chancellor stated, we need to assess what the recommendations really mean to us as a board, unified, and reach consensus on how we need to address those. And then once we've done that, we need to move forward with an actionable plan, as Chancellor mentioned, developing some goals, maybe some SMART goals that will take us forward in our pursuit to attain a cleaner accreditation in 18 months. And that's obviously extremely important. Develop that action plan and then just move forward in the process. So I guess if nothing else, for those of you that didn't hear that, I guess that's at least the commitment that I can make. And maybe we'll flesh this out further as we come together as a board and maybe add some components to that. That was kind of a starting point from the chancellor for our perspective. But again, Trustee Torres and I will get together next week. Hopefully we'll have a chance to kind of flesh this out and then present something next month to the board. That would be our plan on how we move forward over the next 14 months or so as we prepare for the next report. And if there's a visit, then we're prepared for that visit. So I think that's what was outlined by the chancellor, and I support that. I agree that those steps seem appropriate. And again, as we discussed, maybe we'll come up with some more. But again, I just want to emphasize again that our board, we need to create time to meet and talk and have candid conversations about our performance and what we're doing to help move the district forward. So, Trustee Torres, is there anything you want to add?
Part of our conversation, I added, there's a spider here. With Trustee Lichtel was that there was, when this report was ran during a time when he was still not part of the board. And we talked about that there's the writers. So there are the writers of the colleges at that moment who are writing the narrative and from what they observed. And so one of the things that I highlighted, and we discussed it in past, was one of the things was pointed was the board declining to take action on an administrative recommendation pertaining to student rights and grievances. So what was mentioned was we had LULAC. So we had students come to us, nursing students for Ventura College. And this might have been in 2021. And so the board during this time, I remember it was our own board policy. It wasn't an administrative procedure. It was our own board policy. We wanted to take some time to do additional reads. But interestingly, for some reason, this was listed as one of those areas as an example of not delegating authority to the chancellor. Another thing that was listed was operational decisions pertaining to instructional modalities on the ground or online. During that time, we have our constituencies as elected officials to be able to come to the dais and to have those conversations and to really be able to speak on their behalf, because that is really who we are. We are the community. And so when we come and we bring perspective. So that was another thing that was listed. And then we had individual board members contacting college presidents requesting specific funding of a project outside of shared governance process. This one's talking about the major initiative Oxnard College, but as we look forward, we're now looking into another major initiative. There's conversations that take place, there's statements that are being made after the fact. And so to me is some of these items that were listed, I was trying to understand truly, how was this interfering with the chancellor? And so to me is what was invited to the members that were present during the past committee was at the past committee to have those candid conversations. And if there's some concerns, to feel comfortable and to be able to share and say, you know, Trustee Torres, Trustee Licto, you know, these are some of the things that we noticed. Or we would just, or I've noticed that you want some information. Let me share this with you. Because sometimes from the dais to outside, we can't communicate. So we have, you know, our protocols. And so for the past committee, the members that were there, we really encourage everyone to truly come and speak, coming together as a family, because it is the writers. We don't write it, but people perhaps in this audience or elsewhere, I'm not sure exactly, they're the writers and they're the ones that are writing this narrative. And so to me, it's our own colleges. And you can certainly write what you see, but we're writing it. The accreditation only reads our reports. The accreditation isn't looking at our board meetings. The accreditation is looking at so many different colleges that they are reading what we are giving them. And so to me, what that tells me is we need to hopefully start conversations. So because that'll be important feedback for us as we're deciding what the board development is going to look like as we move forward, to get that insight, because it's us. Ultimately, that's what I gather from my first time. It is us. It is us writing this ICER. It is us saying these things, which is fine because, you know, people are going to express it. But I do believe we need to have an opportunity to be able to discuss and to say, what do we need to do to move forward? For example, for myself, with using I have questions. One of the things we talked about is we also, particularly for myself, I love also showing evidence of how the board is coming together on united votes, because when I read the ICER, it's pretty much someone making the narrative, and naturally they're going to cite videos and clips so they can make their point as a board member. I don't have that opportunity. So one of the things that I've learned is I'm also going to be, for our board, intentional and specific, and also utilizing the same method to demonstrate evidence of where we are being collegial, evidence of what we're agreeing on, to also rebuttal some of the things that are being said. So as a board, we discussed in the past committee taking a very active role in this process, to be able to demonstrate also for our own evaluation, hey, we are actually doing really well, and this is the things that we're doing. So those are just a couple of the comments. I know with Trustee Bettis, not accreditation, but kind of related. We also talked about board evaluation, what that's going to look like, so we can utilize that piece to also demonstrate how we're evaluating our meetings. And after an evaluation, what do we do to make things better? So we're using a process of also hopefully using different multiple measure methods to be able to determine how do we best improve. You know, that, right? That I can rethink, but we had a really good conversation. I just remembered.
Yeah, we did.
Really
did.
good.
And I think, you know, you bring up some really interesting points, and, you know, I appreciate that. You mentioned one thing that we have to be involved, that, you know, we plan to be involved. Well, my comment would be that we have to be involved because it's really about us. You know, ultimately the recommendations that came forward, that the things that need to be addressed by the district, by us, are about us as a board. So we have to be involved.
Yeah, we mentioned, and I'm sorry, I was just gonna, well, the other thing that I mentioned is it has a direct impact, because if we're not accredited, we're looking at decline enrollment. Students are not going to want to come to a college that is not accredited. That means that we are going to lose jobs also. Everybody's impacted. And so in the past committee, we said a non-accreditation, it has an impact on everyone. And so that's why we really invited and encouraged those candid conversations. And I know sometimes it might feel difficult. You're like, but the board members, how can I actually, you know, say what I feel? We really, at past committee, we can't. At past committee, we're equals. We might be on Zoom, but you're welcome to come here. We meet in this room to really move forward. And that's the goal in developing next steps. As Trustee Lichtel and I get together, we'd love to be able to hear from anybody who's present to give perspectives and ideas on what they observed in the board, and what would be some recommendations. I know that the accreditation committee is very also focused on social justice, and I'm going to do some research. I've talked to a couple of colleges, so just sharing with the rest of the board members. I know in the past we've had a couple of colleges also have concerns about accreditation on some of the things and decisions that they make, and so I've been curious to also get a sense a little bit about the process itself, because we didn't have board of trustees So just like in the deliberation process, when you have, you know, an equitable practice, you have members. So here we had administrators, we had faculty. But I don't believe actually, I know we didn't have a board of trustees. So when they're looking at information and interviews and they're deliberating within their team, there's no one to give the perspective of a trustee. And that's also important because decisions are made from individuals that are not trustees. And so naturally, if I'm just have the lens of an administrator, the lens of a faculty member, I'm going to look at it from that lens and not understand where the trustee was coming from. And so we're also looking at that process where it's important to have a board of trustee because then conversations can happen where a trustee can say, actually, you know, this is where the trustee meant. So we're doing a deep look into the process and then looking into moving forward, and we'll be presenting something to the board next month.
Thank you. Trustee Chancellor, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, you know, I normally just kind of ramble on thoughts, but in response to the thoroughness of the report and also in response to Trustee Lichtel's email, I kind of prepared a little short statement. That's okay. In response to the ACCJC report alleging that the Community College Board of Ventura County Community College District overstepped its authority, it's essential to provide a comprehensive perspective that considers recent changes in leadership dynamics. Firstly, while the board bears ultimate responsibility for operational challenges within the district, it's crucial to recognize that governance is a complex interplay of roles and responsibilities. Boards provide oversight and guidance, but they must also trust and empower administrative leaders to manage day-to-day operations effectively. Any perceived overstepping of authority must be analyzed within this context. Secondly, the recent change in leadership with the departure of the previous chancellor is significant. Leadership transitions can impact governance dynamics, priorities, and communications within an institution. It's possible that past challenges in the chancellor-board relationship contributed to any perceived overstepping of authority. Thirdly, the absence of a common vision for policy and operational responsibility between the previous chancellor and the board underscores the importance of alignment and collaboration between these key stakeholders. Moving forward, establishing a shared vision and fostering open communication between the board and new chancellor, although you're not new anymore, will be essential for effective governance. Lastly, it's crucial to approach the ACCJC report with the understanding that there have been significant changes within the Ventura County Community College District, including, also not new anymore, new board and chancellor. Any assessment of past issues should take into account the current leadership context to ensure a fair and accurate evaluation. In conclusion, while the board ultimately bears responsibility for operational challenges, it's important to consider recent changes in leadership dynamics and foster collaboration between the board and new chancellor. By working together towards a shared vision, Ventura County Community College District can address any issues highlighted in the ACCJC report and ensure effective governance moving forward. I'd also like to add, I share your goal that we should get together. I actually have a name of someone that could potentially, I'll propose that to you and the chancellor. That could help facilitate that. But I think it's important we have these candid conversations, leave the past in the past, but realize that a lot of change. And, you know, when I looked at the 3 bullets, I was surprised that this 18-month review was hanging on that, so to speak. You know, when I looked at those 3 examples, there's a story to each one of those. And a big part of that story was extensive public access. And that's the public coming to this board in those years through COVID. And they weren't making requests, they were pleading in many cases for assistance. And that assistance wasn't just for operational change, it was an assistance to be heard. And it is our job, I believe, to sometimes be the bridge between the community and the district itself. And so it's hard, and I know Trustee Torres has mentioned this a lot. It's really hard to read so much about the board. When we are the board, we didn't have an opportunity to lay some context on that story. and that history. So I'm very optimistic moving forward, but it was a difficult one to feel that, I mean, of course, this report doesn't necessitate due process or anything like that, but certainly a balance in the story and the history. So those are my comments, and I look forward to moving forward.
And if I may, I appreciate your comments and agree with you from the standpoint of the importance of us coming together and maybe a history that may be in place that maybe Chancellor and myself weren't part of. But I think the overarching theme that I feel is that the accreditation process is a validation of, we report out on where we are with these standards. This committee, the committee reviewed that information. They asked a lot of questions. We put a lot of time into that, and they're validating what we said. And through that process, what came out is that the board has issues that need to be addressed. And that was universal, all three colleges. And I trust that the staff in that process were genuine and that was an accurate reflection of what either is or has transpired previously in the district. And so I appreciate the comments about moving forward because I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think we need to do that. We need to do that in a very specific manner. And again, Trustee Torres and I will work on a plan along with the Chancellor on how we can facilitate next steps and bring that back to the rest of the board next month.
Trustee Mantooth, have anything to add? Student trustee. Okay. Josh, I would appreciate if you could share your prepared statement with the board. That would be helpful. The final ICERs were, in my view, much different from the original drafts of those reports. So that's one helpful thing to remember. Okay. Looking back at it, and believe me, I don't want to be looking back because we are where we are for whatever reasons. And our task now is to move forward to get a successful report at the end of 18 months and get that 7-year, affirmation. We trustees did have an opportunity to participate in this process. And if I recall correctly, and everyone's busy, everyone has a life and things come up, but only 3 of us were able to participate in the interviews. And for myself, maybe that was my opportunity. I could have, woulda, coulda, should have maybe had additional comment to Brian King. But I still feel good about where we are because I had occasion, I ran into Mac Powell, the president of the ACCJC at a recent conference. And this was just after we had gotten the letter. And I had previously heard him when he first came on board. And I was encouraged as he expressed the commission's outlook on accreditation with the various institutions. And it was, to borrow a time-worn phrase, it was a kinder, gentler approach. And so I told him, I said, thank you for the report. At least we weren't some of the 2 other colleges that were listed, or districts, excuse me. And so he asked, so was this report consistent with what his stated message was when he came on board? And to my view, I said yes. And so I think we know what we need to do. It's been reflected already by the past committee members, by your statement, and by your additional email, which thank you for having the courage to convey your thoughts to us. We can do this. I have no doubt about that. And I just think we need to remember how we're feeling right now with what we have said to each other to make it work, to get us where we really want to be and where we need to be. And it's not just where we need to be for us. It's for everyone out there in the audience, everyone out there on the campus community. That's why we're here. So with that, I look forward to next month's board meeting and result of the committee's continued work. Look forward to the name that you'll submit to, and you and I have some unfinished business on another name on other purposes as well. And by the way, I think we need to have further conversations because it's my interest, not just in coming up with an instrument to evaluate our meetings, but it's to evaluate our board performance. There's a distinction there. Go ahead, you know.
Clarification. So I know Trustee Lecto sent an email to the entire board and we didn't respond. So my understanding was we don't share our comments with the entire board. So can I do that now? So like, let's just say I feel very strongly about something. And just like Trustee Lecto sent an email to the entire board, can I do that as well? Because he did that. And so and I heard you said that was okay. You actually thanked him for doing that and sharing his
Right.
thoughts. But I've never done that because I've always felt that could be a Brown Act violation because if somebody unintentionally responds, but he already expressed his thoughts about something. So I just want clarification to know if I can do the same.
Okay, in the past, I have shared information with all of you. And I think I've meant to, if I don't always do it, I've been remiss, but clearly state, don't reply all. And if you have any questions, get to me or get to the chancellor. And it was not, his email was not advocating for a position on any matter in front of us. He was sharing his feelings. And I think he's learned from that. And to direct answer to your question, you can send an email to us if it's informational. And if you're not seeking, a position from, you could send an email to Josh and sound him out, but you can't go, okay,
So like DEI,
for Brown Act. So,
DEI or there's some just I can communicate to the board. I know that it's not to necessarily seek support for an action item that I knew. But I was just curious because my understanding was I just don't communicate to the full board. But if I can on something that's non-action item, just
if
information.
it's informational, fine. And I would just caution, however, the less any one of us does that, the better we are in staying away from any, potential. So that's all. Okay, so with that, is there any, no action? Thank you for the reports. And with that, we can move to Chancellor's report, 1801.
But, given the time, I feel comfortable wishing everybody a happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
I'll make this very brief. I do want to add my congratulations to the faculty and students. It's a pretty unique thing we do in higher education. And coming up with the accreditation discussion. Accreditation is really about a couple things. The word credit is in the middle of accreditation. And the reason credit in the middle of accreditation is because a long time ago, when schools got together and figured out we're going to have students moving between our institutions, we have to kind of made it. We worked on assuring quality. We started defining what the standards of quality would look like in institutions of higher education. And that's why you got the full range of things that that we do now, but it's also about public accountability and public accountability to the standards of accreditation and quality. And the 10-year process is just another one of those things that we do in that realm of ensuring and assuring quality to the publics that we serve and the students that we serve. So again, I want to just add my congratulations. The other thing that, two other things. The other first one is presidential search process is well underway. We have applicants for both colleges. Both committees have been meeting reviewing applications, and I believe interviews are scheduled to start this week, tomorrow at Ventura, and next week at Oxnard. And so I want to extend appreciation to all the folks who've been involved in that. It's a lot of people who do this work, our HR staff in particular, for getting a timeline, a very aggressive timeline that we've been able to stick with. We have community engagement, involvement, and more to follow in terms of the board's role in this as we go forward. Lastly, I just want to touch on the bond conversation tonight. And I want to preface this comment by saying that this is not a, nobody's asking for anybody to feel sorry for us or, have pity on the hard work that we do, but the work that happens in this district at our three colleges and certainly at the district office is complicated. It's got lots of stuff we've got to pay attention to, or we can get ourselves in a tough spot. We have our many faces of, how we serve the public. And with this bond work, it's complicated. It's definitely falls into the realm of an big add-on responsibility for all of us. I mean, the board included in this year-long march to a decision about whether or not we're going to actually try to do this or not. Good or bad, our institutional memory is about 22 or 23 years old on this work. So a lot of it is in the context of today and what we're trying to figure out now with some people who've never been through this before. And I say all that just to let you know, there's going to be ample opportunities for people to make a mistake, not get exactly the right kind of information at exactly the time one or more of the board members may think it's important to have. And so I just say all that. This was a good trial conversation, probably a safe trial conversation tonight. But I want to encourage the board to think about what we're saying in public, what we're saying about this process in public, what we're saying to the public about the staff who are doing this work, and to just ask for some grace and generosity as we go through this. We are going to do the best we can to help the board make a decision about whether or not this is the right thing for us to do. We know it's necessary. We know we need the resources, but I just would both caution and encourage the board to be even extra thoughtful about the public comments going forward as we continue this work. That concludes my report.
Thank you. 1802 trustee request for reports. Any? Go ahead.
I'm hesitant to call it a report, but it's the CCLC, as I
Oh,
mentioned
right.
earlier.
You'll get a response on that.
Okay,
Yes.
great. And then the other one is this, I was going to mention it in my board report, but we went to Congress, and one of the things that we were reminded of was to have our community project list ready. And that was mentioned a year ago and then again this year. And I think it's real important that that list first kind of is shown to the board. So I know that timeline on that is really short. So as it bleeds over into discussions we had for a bond, but if we can develop a community projects list and then have that for the next board meeting, I think that's really important.
Yeah, what we need to determine though is, are we as an education institution eligible to apply for those? The current criteria does not allow for that. But maybe there's some workarounds and, like nonprofits, and maybe that's our foundation or something.
Right. But what they
Yeah.
said is
Right.
it
Get
may
it ready
at a
now.
spring
Yeah.
open up and
Right.
there's a 3-week window to submit it and to do
Right.
it. So we don't want to
Okay.
miss on any
Right.
opportunities. Thank you.
There being no other trustee reports, the conferences have been mentioned previously.
We've got two
Anybody?
quick items. I had several, but
Trustee Lichtel.
I'm
go
going to
ahead.
shorten big time. Trustee Figueroa during her comments brought up a really important topic, and that is the topic of financial literacy. And I know that our students select the courses and the path that they're either interested in or they need in order to move on to their aspirations. But I think there's a lot of ways for us as a community college district and at sites to really address financial literacy that may not necessarily be in the classroom through whatever. You guys will be creative and figure that out. But fairs and bringing in speakers and that kind of thing. And I understand, and I agree with her wholeheartedly, not only from my past experience, but having a 28 and 30-year-old and kind of having those conversations about how important that is. And it has been lost in our curriculum at the secondary level. So I want to applaud you for bringing that up. And I think it's really valid. So anything we can do from that standpoint. And then also just again, I posed several questions again late today, and I apologize for that. But I always appreciate the fact that the staff gets right back to me. So, and I think to all of us through that new process that we developed. So thank you.
Trustee Mantoo.
Two things about the recent conference in Washington, D.C. First, we're, I think, very fortunate to be represented by a couple of congressmen that are like-minded as far as championing educational issues and veterans issues as well. Sometimes I wonder when we go there to reinforce our points of view, maybe we should visit some offices of representatives on the other side. And also in general, to be with 1,500 other people that whether they come from a blue or a red or a purple state, they believe in this mission and they value it. And I think that's really huge.
Thank you. No one else then? That brings, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Chancellor.
One of the things that I was reminded of at that conference, well, a couple things. I attended the barely made it, the 45 and under caucus. So I attended that training. That was a good one. And one of the topics that came up was public comment and asks when people make asks at a board meeting, what is an effective way? And one of the lines they gave me, they said, due to the Brown Act, we cannot comment on public comment, or for example, when student president asks for something. But what we can do is direct the chancellor and staff to meet with members of the public or student groups to better understand the concerns or point of interest. I think we need to solidify that a little bit and make sure that when these comments, and one was mentioned in public comment about a Freedom of Information Act, and I want to ensure that that is responded to and that the board is made aware of that. I want to thank the School of Nursing for having some students from Frontier High School attend, and also Dr. Hoffman's office for that. Tomorrow, I'm going to preemptively Thursday, the Oxnard College Culinary Arts Program is hosting some students from Frontier High School. And what's cool about this is I think it really opens up a door for the colleges within their specializations to showcase the different programs they have. It's really important for students to just show up on a campus and to see the whole college. But what I found as a high school teacher, a lot of them are interested in these niche programs. So I'm super grateful that our colleges are opening up their doors, and I know everyone's busy in order to do that. I want to congratulate Oxnard Middle College and Oxnard College. They received a California Department of Ed Exemplary Dual Enrollment Award. And I know they're going to be recognized in the Oxnard Union High School District at their board meeting soon. I want to thank Student Trustee for, we visited Congress. I think we spoke very little, and that was a great thing because our student trustee was able to advocate for the entire district, for students, staff, the whole college community. So my hat's off to you for doing that. Another thing that I picked up from the conference was a number of colleges are really moving forward with sustainability, and we heard comments on that with disposable free campuses. In other words, single-use items, they are through policy, are eliminated. So things are reusable, otherwise, or somehow compostable or something that we aren't purchasing those with our public funds. And I am concerned, and this falls into that territory that I hope as a board, we can direct staff to respond to our student in regards to the EMS emergency alert situation that occurred and figure out what the problem is and hopefully come up with a solution and inform the board of that solution.
Thank you. Not speaking for the chancellor or staff, but I think they're on some of those items already, but thank you. I have nothing to add to everything else, some of the shared experiences. I'm sorry, I thought you.
I think even the chancellor might have spoken to Senator Padilla. Did you meet with Senator Padilla? I wanted to hear about that, but I wasn't
you
sure.
know,
So I'm like, oh, I want to hear.
It was
his
a unique experience. We were in a room with, I don't know how many other trustees and CEOs, because rather than having a series of meetings with different districts, he got a room and his staff was there. Two of his staff people were there. He made a few comments, offered couple answers to some questions, posed for a group photo, and that was it. Yeah. But so the real work gets done. I mean, it's good that it's good that we're all there, but the real work gets done staff to staff. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Front and center right here. So, okay. With that, we did get a lot of work done. Thank you all for your making it possible. Thank you for your stamina, if not your patience, and your forbearance. And I guess I'll just end on this note that the chancellor has asked that we be a little forgiving of all of you, just as I know you have been forgiving of us over time. So with that, we are adjourned. Yeah, right.